I really don't like shouting at people, contrary to what people think. If you can come and be seated. Everybody is terrified of this front row. That's hilarious. Sit, sit, sit. Sit. Don't sit too far to the sides. You don't get such a good view. Come and sit in the middle. There's more seats here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's not nice, is it? That sounds like the deep sea, the deep, deep, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. There's seats. Hello? Shh, sorry. Good people coming into the room. Would you mind filling this side? The people who are looking for seats. Could you fill a few gaps there? Hello? Just in here, I would be so grateful, and so would your speakers. Thank you. You have better view if you're closer in. Please come and fill so that we can start almost on time. Okay. All right. Shh. If I might ask you to check that your phones are on silent, that would be a wonderful start to a busy day. Thank you so much. There are still some seats here. The room might get a bit hot if you're in a jacket and 25 scarves. Because of the outside temperature, you may wish to divest yourself of your attire because it will get hot. There are some seats here, lovely people who've just come into the room. A couple on the front row, few seats here. Why have you picked the same seat, Louis? Is that a kind of a weird, superstitious thing? Creature of habit. He was very good on the panel yesterday. I'm just saying that to the speakers for today. No pressure. Lots of pressure. All right. I'm going to start. I hope that's all right. I haven't been given the signal by the Commission, but somebody at the Commission, Kestutis, I can start, can't I? Thank you so much. You're the king in the room. All right. Dear speakers, dear audience, all of you here in Brussels, who is here after having done yesterday and the day before? Who is not new in this room? I salute you. As Arnold Schwarzenegger would say, not I'll be back, but I am back. So thank you so much. Who is new today? Oh, good. Fabulous. Brilliant. All right, I'm glad. We have fresh faces. You've got some jaded creatures in the room, and we have you. Welcome also to all of you online to this fourth edition of the Digital Ocean Forum. It is organized by, and I am going to list them, the European Commission's Directorate General for Research and Innovation, Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, Defence Industry and Space, and also the Directorate General for International Partnerships. They will all feature in a round table, plus 2 additional DGs. We will spill the beans then. Of course, the implementation is with the brilliant partners Mercator Ocean International, Flanders Marine Institute, and Seascape Belgium. And they are working hard within the framework of the Edito project. Now, this event does mark a major milestone in the co-developing, that's a really important word, I think I'm not the first person who will use it across these 2 days, and deploying the Edito, the core infrastructure of the European Digital Twin Ocean. Apparently, I don't say the EU DTO. If I do, somebody needs to call me out on it. We're saying the Digital Twin Ocean. So I think the participation of so many Directorates General demonstrates the importance, but also the alignment with the EU Ocean Pact, the Global Gateway, more on that in our roundtable, and the UN Decade of Ocean Science. So a tremendous amount of different stakeholders across the 2 days. It really is a very rich event, and there is quite a few technical aspects to this event, all right? So this builds on our EMODNet event that we held yesterday and the day before yesterday. And let's also not forget that this year's edition builds upon the success of the European Digital Ocean Pavilion, at the 3rd United Nations Conference in June, and it welcomed more than 27,000 visitors. So, a little bit different to the EMODNet event, we will also take questions through Slido, as well as polls and word clouds. That also goes for you, our online audience. Let's get on that now, before I move to introducing our first speaker. So 2 ways you can ask questions: through Slido, and for those of you here with a raised hand in the room, and I will be very clear when we do both. So let's get on to Slido now, and let's again do a word cloud, if we may. And while you're getting ready, don't forget, if you want to go online onto social media, it's hashtag DOF2025. Okay, so let you get on Slido. We also have a fabulous illustrator here, Tonu. His work will not be seen on screen, but you can see it. He will capture in frescoes some of the top line messages of the event. You can look at that in the breaks. Okay? So, what kind of stakeholder are you? What organization do you represent? Just so that you can get a feel, and the audience online, of who your peers are in the community gathered for this event. So thank you very much. I just have a look. This is a lot smaller than the screens. Here's me with my old eyes. I can't actually see. I'm going to have a look here. Let's let that build for just a moment. I love the big words, our government organization. I'm glad they've been replaced with Edito there in the center. So, a plethora of different stakeholders in the room. Surimi, that's great. We're going to hear from that Horizon project during the course of this event. All right, done. I'm done. Are we ready? Are we feeling good? Yeah, you sound like you're really feeling good. I hope you've had enough coffee, because I'd like you to be really engaged for this opening of the first day. Can you give a very warm welcome, please, to our first speaker, who is the Deputy Director General of DG Mare from the European Commission, Kęstutis Sardauskas. So lovely to see you. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Catherine, for starting it off, and it's a pleasure to see this full room. I would say that you are anything but jaded, even after 2 days of the EMODNet conference, and it's very, very good that this 4th edition of Digital Ocean Forum happens back-to-back with EMODNet, because we feel quite fitting here to bring together the knowledge community who really want to do things differently. And that's really the moment where we are right now. We're meeting here today in the aftermath of this massive success. Just a few months ago, in June, the eyes of the world were on Nice during the United Nations Oceans Conference, UNOC, and as such on the digital twin of the ocean. If you were there, you have felt it. The Digital Twin Ocean Pavilion was not just a stand, it was a destination. The dedicated colleagues welcome over 27,000 visitors from heads to state to curious students. They all came to see this invisible, to make visible. I have to also admit that I tried to blend into the crowd to come and see it unnoticed, just to watch the reaction of the bypassers, but I was immediately identified, dragged onto the place, and was shown a very fascinating presentation, after which the only thing that was spinning in my head was the words and the melody of the old great song from the Monkees, I'm a Believer Now, as if it was not, as if I was not before that, but I think everybody else would have been converted by that moment. At UNOC 3, President von der Leyen stood before the world and presented the first demonstration of the Twin of the Ocean. She called it an amazing tool. She spoke of its power to help us understand everything from pollution to navigation, from coastal risk to biodiversity. But she also made the promise that we will not stop here. And that is why we're here today. The applause in Nice was well earned. Now we go back to work. Now we turn the demonstration into full operational reality. We are living in a time of profound change. We face dual challenge of existential threat of climate change and biodiversity loss, but also a world where geopolitics are shifting fast and not necessarily in the best way. In this context, marine knowledge is no longer just a scientific pursuit, it is a strategic asset. This is why, responding to these shifts, the President of the Commission announced the European Ocean Observation Initiative. And this initiative is a cross-commission endeavor that brings together many services, many departments, because the ocean touches every aspect of our policy, security, economy, environment, just about anything. We have realized that to secure European autonomy, we must secure our understanding of the ocean, and we cannot manage what we cannot measure, and we cannot protect what we do not understand. For years, we spoke of the digital twin of the ocean as a concept, as a vision. Today, thanks to the EDITO project, thanks to the contributions and ideas that are coming from your projects and initiatives, and the foundation laid by our two key services, Copernicus Marine and IMODNET, we have a working prototype. By 2030, which is tomorrow, the twin must be fully operational. And I want to be clear about what operational means. It does not mean just a research tool for our hard-working experts. It means a public service for our citizens and global offer to the world. We must imagine local actors using the twin to serve their resilience strategies, to inform their biodiversity conservation plans, to inform and educate their youth and citizens to develop sustainable businesses. This is the transition that we're making from data to action and from science to solutions. Building this requires more than willpower. It requires resources, robust governance. The European Union is putting its weight behind this. Through the Ocean Observation Initiative, we will include the attention necessary to the critical technologies that will support the digital twin. We aim to create comprehensive marine knowledge value chain. We aim to create market for European companies to develop the sensors, drones, artificial intelligence algorithms that will power the system. This is about technological and knowledge sovereignty. As our Ocean Union aspiration by 2035, we want European Union to be the global leader in ocean science, technology, security, and management. We are setting the international standard. We will build the power of the twin of the ocean on a structured European ocean observation system and optimal global ocean observing system. We aim to show that Europe does not just respond to crises. We want to show that we anticipate and we manage them. But perhaps most importantly, we're making the ocean relevant to every citizen. The Ocean Observation Initiative is about bridging the gap between science and society. It is about empowering society to understand that the ocean is not just a place of vacation or transport. It is the lungs of our planet and driver of our economy. The Digital Ocean Forum 25 is a working forum. We are here to co-construct. We have the project leaders here, we have experts, we have stakeholders. We need your innovative assets to get into the platform. We need your feedback of the user experience. We need to know what if scenarios you need to simulate. The success of the digital twin relies on the quality of the data that powers it and the relevance of the services that it provides. You are the architects of that relevance. President von der Leyen has set the course. The political will is stronger than ever. So let us use this forum to ensure that digital twin of the ocean becomes daily reality for decision makers, for businesses and communities across Europe. I wish you a productive forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I was kind of for a moment, I'd lost listening because you quoted the monkeys. Who in this room knows who the monkeys are? Oh, okay. I was going to sing. Good thing I don't have to sing. Yeah, that was fabulous. I was like, wow. What was I scribbling? This is what I scribbled about the digital twin Ocean, amazing tool, strategic asset in this shifting landscape, and not for the better shifting landscape, a public service for citizens and the wider community, and this emphasis on technological sovereignty. You said so much more, but let's see also what our illustrator comes up with from your opening. I forgot to run a poll. Can we just do that before we move to our next opening speaker from the Commission, who has sent a video message. So let's have a look at that poll. Might be nice for the Commission to see why people are here, those of you online and those of you in the room, why you are attending this two-day event. And it gives our speakers an insight into what's in your heads, if you will not be gracing the stage. Why are you attending this two-day event? You've got a lot of live demos, which I know is going to be very helpful. The co-creation of the platform, you heard it there. That word was used already by Kęstutis towards the end of his intervention, just to celebrate, because it is a remarkable tool. Is that why you're here? Can you not believe we're going to get 6 directorates general on a panel and you've come for that? And is it learning from the tech workshops? You've got these breakout sessions both today, later today in the afternoon, and also in the morning tomorrow. Okay, we'll just let that settle a moment longer. Perhaps not a surprise that that came out on top. All right, more of those throughout the course of the event. Thank you for participating already. As I said, our next speaker from the Commission could not be with us in person, but there is a video message from James Morrison. He is the Director of Healthy Planet at DG Research and Innovation. Video, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to wish you all a very warm welcome to this 4th edition of the Digital Ocean Forum. My name's James Morrison, and I'm the Director for the Healthy Planet in the European Commission's DG Research and Innovation. I am, as you will have gathered, unfortunately unable to join you in person today, but I'm very, very happy to have the opportunity to open this event, which marks a key milestone in our collective journey toward building an operational European digital twin of the ocean. This forum brings together all those who are shaping the future of ocean knowledge, from scientists and data providers to policymakers and users. Together, we're laying the path for one of Europe's most ambitious and transformative endeavours. The European Commission is especially pleased to be holding this forum back-to-back with the EMODnet Open Conference, which took place over the past 2 days and which highlighted the role of this essential in situ data service in the European marine knowledge landscape. The conference has put in place a strong foundation for our discussions over the next 2 days. Together, EMODnet and Copernicus Marine represent the 2 flagship pillars of EU ocean services on which the digital twin of the ocean, aka the DTO, is being built. The DTO combines high-quality observations, models, and advanced computing to simulate the ocean in real time, helping us to understand its dynamics and to anticipate environmental and climate changes, and most importantly, to test what-if scenarios. It will provide its users with powerful tools to make informed decisions backed by robust science and data. This summer, we reached an exciting milestone with the successful demonstration of the first DTO prototype at the UN Ocean Conference in Nice. This demonstrated what can be achieved when European science, technology, and efforts are aligned in pursuit of a united vision. As we move into the second phase of the DTO, we will scale up our efforts by expanding computing capacities, strengthening those partnerships, and deepening engagement with users and with developers. Building on the success of the EU DTO at Nice, President von der Leyen announced an ambitious new endeavour, a European Ocean Observation Initiative, or Nautilus for short. This initiative not only sets out the ambition to deliver a fully operational EU digital twin of the ocean by 2030, but also addresses the whole marine knowledge value chain. During the first half of next year, the EU will develop its plan for ocean observation to better understand the needs and to guide further investments. This will help us to identify where our efforts and resources can have the greatest impact. However, in order to achieve our ambitious goals, we need strong community engagement. The DTO is not a project built in isolation. It's a community-driven endeavour, created with and by you. It will only succeed if it reflects the real needs and priorities of its users, from researchers and data providers to coastal managers, industry and citizens. As co-designers and co-developers of the DTO, your expertise, experiences and feedback are vital. Your feedback will shape how the DTO evolves, how it works, what it offers, and indeed who it serves. If we succeed, the DTO will be a living system, continuously evolving through the input and innovation of its community. It will become not just a European achievement, but a global reference for open, inclusive, and science-based ocean stewardship. In the spirit of co-creation, the Digital Ocean Forum is bringing together a diverse range of stakeholders to co-design and co-develop the future ocean observation. Over the next 2 days, I hope you'll engage and challenge and collaborate. Use this opportunity to shape the DTO, not just as a tool for experts, but as a platform that empowers everyone to better understand, protect, and to sustainably use our ocean. On behalf of DG Research and Innovation, let me thank you all for your commitment, your enthusiasm, and your continued contribution to this collective effort. I hope this forum can provide space for inspiring discussions, and my team and I look forward to the ideas, insights, and collaborations that will emerge from it. Thank you all, and have a good day.
And just again, to be clear on this issue of co-development, of course, this event, as I said, has plenty of space for this onboarding. So there's a lot of support, explanation, training in this event for projects. We're going to look at those that are already onboarded, so those case studies, those that are ready to onboard, and give plenty of information for those who are in the waiting line, who are ready to do it, but not quite now. The interesting thing that I scribbled, I will do a little poll of the room. I read a lot of books, exploration books, you know, these incredible feats of vessels going out into the back of beyond hundreds of years ago. One of them is, I don't know if you've read it, Madhouse at the End of the Earth. So that's the Belgica to Antarctica. The Erebus by Michael Palin, fantastic book. And when there we heard from James Morrison saying that this can test what-if scenarios, kind of imagine that those sailors and those captains of those vessels, it would blow their mind that this is where we are hundreds of years later. They would not be able to imagine it. So it is really quite phenomenal. All right, the last speaker in this series of opening addresses is Elizabeth Hamdouch. She is Deputy Head of Unit for Copernicus, so that comes under DG DEFIS. A very warm welcome to her, please. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. I put this one to the side. Perfect. Thanks. So, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to also address the very short welcome remarks on behalf of the Directorate General for Defense, Industry and Space. And I will start right away with space, the link between space and the oceans. The European Union's space policy is an essential tool to empower Europe to understand and address today's challenges in the environmental domain, but also for resilience, security, and for defense. As already mentioned by Kęstutis, we are in a world of a shifting geopolitical landscape, and here it is even more important to secure Europe's autonomy and to cement our leadership in independent access to data. And this is particularly important for the oceans and for ocean observation. The previous speakers have already highlighted how important this year, 2025, is for the oceans, but the United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice, where we proudly presented the prototype of the digital twin of the ocean, and where we had a very strong political engagement and commitment with President von der Leyen's presentation of the Ocean Pact and the digital twin of the ocean. Both are very closely linked because the digital twin of the ocean helps us to track, monitor, and implement the objectives of the Ocean Pact. I will now come to Copernicus. What is Copernicus? So Copernicus is part of our European Union space policy. It's an extraordinary capacity that we have as Europeans that belongs to us to understand the planet and the oceans. It's a massive European Union investment, and it gives huge value to people. It gives us high quality and continuous observation. So it's not a research project, but it's a continuous high quality, reliable observation capacity. And we implement this with our partners. I would also like to highlight that with many partners, but notably with the European Space Agency and specifically for the oceans with Mercator Ocean. Copernicus is also a showcase of research and innovation. I would like to highlight that because I know that there are many people engaged with the Horizon Europe projects, and it highlights particularly how research and innovation can be brought to practice. And as such, Copernicus, together with the EMONET network, are really the backbone of our ocean observation and the digital twin of the ocean. So what is Copernicus? Copernicus is a fleet of satellites that are owned by the European Union, represented by the European Commission, that carry very advanced instruments like radars, altimeters, and instruments that measure ocean color and heat. And they are able to monitor vital parameters of the oceans. For example, the sea surface temperature, the wave height, wind speed, ice cover, and the sea surface height. So that gives us really crucial information on the state of the ocean. And we transform this ocean into this information into this data into a service that is delivered to the users, and this is for the oceans, the Copernicus Marine Service, implemented by Mercator Ocean. And this service has matured into a world-leading information on the global oceans and specifically the European regional seas. And most importantly, it's available free of charge to everyone. Just to give you one highlight, I would like to invite you to look at the findings of our annual State of the Ocean report that really highlights how dramatic the situation of the ocean is in the triple environmental crisis that we experience. Let me also say a word about the other services that our space capacity Copernicus offers to you, and that is important for the oceans. There is, for example, the Copernicus Maritime Surveillance Service, but also the services for the atmosphere monitoring and climate change and land monitoring and emergency management. We've also, some time ago, launched a so-called thematic hub, so a specific thematic focus on coastal areas that basically bring together the information that we get from the Marine Service and the Land Service. This is where we stand today, and for the future there's much more to come. I said that it's a massive European Union investment in this autonomous space infrastructure, and we continue to invest more. So for the future, we have planned next generation satellites, our next generation Sentinels, and also expansion missions in order to increase our observation capabilities even more. And this will allow us to better monitor and forecast the oceans at an even finer scale, and also to improve the monitoring of the coastal zones. It will give us more information on the biogeochemical state of the ocean, and also add important new observations that we don't have now at this scale on the polar regions, so very important for the oceans as well. So to conclude, let me highlight that Europe takes decisive decisions and makes significant investments to build a world-leading ocean observation system, and we do this together. All the Directorate Generals involved have been cited already. I'm not repeating that, and I would like to thank everyone for these great contributions. The digital twin of the ocean, I would like to underline, can only be as good as the ocean observing system that feeds and supports it. And this is why we bring all these systems together. And an excellent observing system is only as good as the value that the users get out of it. And this is also why such events are so important, to link us with the users. This is why we really joined forces to bring this forward, also in view of the next programming phase. In our jargon in Brussels, this is the multi-annual financial framework on which we are preparing at the moment, where we can really join forces on the evolution of the digital twin of the ocean and the evolution of the Copernicus Marine Service. And here we really take a community-driven perspective. This was highlighted by Kęstutis and by James as well, this notion of co-creation, which is also very important for Copernicus, because Copernicus is designed as a user-driven program. So with this, I wish us an excellent conference and look forward to your contributions, ideas, and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And for those of you who weren't here at the EMODNet event, and a reminder to those of you who were, you used the word there, free of charge. And yesterday we heard from the EMODNet Human Activities Coordinator the importance of all of this data being free of charge, because it helps de-risk, and it actually frees up people's brains to innovate in a freer way, because it's free of charge. So I will underline what you said there, because that was a key point made yesterday. Thank you very much. Now, we will unpack a lot of that, the Ocean Pact, how it fits together, European Digital Twin Ocean, Copernicus Marine. We're going to unpack all of that when we get to the panel with those 6 representatives of 6 directorates general. But first, I think the best way to continue headlining this event is with a high-level demo of the European Digital Twin of the Ocean. It's orchestrated by a 2-man team, one on stage, the other lurks behind the scenes. I think that's correct, is it not? So the demo technician is Fabrice Messal, behind the scenes. The gentleman who's going to walk us through the demo on stage is Alain Arnaud, who is head of Digital Ocean Programme at Mercator Ocean International. A warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you very much.
So, good morning, everyone. I think if you look at the program, you see our situation between the directors on one side, making, a bit of pressure on what we have to do with the digital twin, and afterward we'll have this nice panel of 6 persons from different DGs, officers that are day to day with us, helping us in pushing forward the project. So I think this brings a bit the nature of this forum today, because you can understand that with our colleagues from Véliz and Seascape Belgium, we are not enough to support this pressure. So we need really to set this DOF as a co-construction event on which we need the support of all, let's say, the whole community of marine in Europe, but over that, other communities that could support us in really making this DTO, I use DTO, sorry, Digital Twin of the Ocean is a bit long. We are going to waste 20 minutes in the world days if we use a digital twin of the ocean every time, but it's okay. No, so sorry. So we need really your support to that. So what I'm trying to do now is to motivate you in this or in those contributions to the DTO. I know that most of you have already done your homework. You have already some demonstration installed on the platform. So with the support of our Captain Fabrice here behind, we are going to show you a small demo of what we have been doing. So just to put you in situation, so you imagine outside is 28 degrees. You have the noise of the sea. You're back in Nice, okay? And you will see the same demonstration that we made in Nice at this moment. So we are going to start explaining what we can do with this DTO. So first of all, when you want to make science, you need, as you said before, data. So we have data from, of course, the different sensors, from the different research infrastructure that are collected in IMONNET and others. So I don't know, Fabrice, you follow me? Because I don't have a return on Fabrice, so it's okay. And it seems to be a bit frozen, so no, it's okay. So Fabrice, you follow me with the information. So we start with the in situ data. So yes, thanks Fabrice, we can hear you. So we start with in situ data. So you will see here in this representation on the globe what we can have in terms of in situ data here coming from IMONNET and Copernicus in situ service. Then we have the satellites. That's the nicest part of it. So you see them flying around. So we have the satellite coming from the Copernicus constellation. We added for the, let's say, the preparation of the future, the SWOT satellite that is currently being integrated in those sea-level products with very high resolution. And we have the different also infrastructures that are used to collect those data. So inside the Copernicus Marine Service, so for our different partners, because it's already very federated inside Copernicus, we're already applying this way of co-constructing our products with different regional centers, like it's done also in the IMONNET network. So this is just an extension of what we have been doing. So first of all, you will see that on the DTO platform, you can find all the data we want. Of course, it's not all the data. You will need more, and it's also to you to bring some additional data to this platform. So you're here to be contributing to this co-construction of the data federation here. And once we have the data, what can we do, Fabrice?
Hi, Alain.
Yeah.
Yes, we can show some data from the viewer here. So we have all the data, as you said, in this catalog, Digital Twin of the Ocean catalog, and we can learn the data. We can discover different data. And for example, if we go on the Baltic Sea, with CRO5 concentration, we can add some new information as a contextual information like the submarine cables, you can see here, or the marine protected areas, in order to help the exploitation of these data for everyone. But this is the first stage of the Digital Twin Ocean, as you said, because now we can go further, and we have new added value products and services available on the platform.
So this is just, in a way, an extension of what we've been doing in the last years with the different projects like Copernicus and IMONNET, but just centralized in a unique, let's say, infrastructure, so helping you to get an easy access on unified catalog. But what is really bringing the difference in this construction of the DTO is to bring the applications directly on the platform. So those famous what-if scenarios that we were mentioning before. So in a way, we have been very good until now in having the what now. Of course, we're missing data for that. We want more data, but the what now is already quite controlled. We have been doing the what next, that is those prediction capabilities given by the different services like the Copernicus Marine Service. But what is the key in the science-based decision is the what if. What if something is happening? So in the co-construction of this DTO, we are integrating the different applications coming from different partners in developing those what-if scenarios with the idea that those what-if scenarios can be reused in other situations with other people, of course, changing the parameters that have to be changed, but in order to really share this data with other countries. We see that also in the panel afterwards. So let's start with nature-based solution, maybe Fabrice?
Yes, this is an example of nature-based solution in the to fight against coastal erosion. It was developed by Ereon in the Edito Model Lab project, and this is a nice interface where you can configure different simulation and test different configuration to see how to reintroduce the seagrass meadows to fight coastal erosion with the maximum of impact. So as you can see, you can define different configuration playing with 2 parameters, position or density of the seagrass meadows, and you can launch the simulation, and then you can see directly the results on the map. In blue, you have the areas where you have reduced the risk of erosion. But it's running on the digital twin of the OceanNet, and it's important to understand that you can relaunch as you want the simulation with different different configuration to test the best scenario. And at the end, you can compare the two. Sorry, I have a problem to keep the slider, but you see the difference between the 2 configuration, and for a national authority in charge of fighting this erosion, it's a way to understand, okay, what is the best configuration in its region. But you can understand that you can replicate this kind of module, this kind of services and processes to other regions with other kind of nature-based solution.
Okay, thanks, Fabrice. So you see, we have some difficulties in seeing some features here on the screen, but you know that this demo is just back there, so we have 2 days to go there to see it. But let's continue. So I think it's interesting for our projects. We have all been working on the last year on Horizon Europe projects, bringing some contribution, but you have some quite often the impression that this project is missing a bit of visibility because we have many of them. This project is missing also sometimes those projects' sustainability, because once the funding is finished, it's difficult to maintain the research that has been developed. Some services, sometimes you don't have a place to continue having them running. So this is what we try to do with the DTO. We have here on this map, this globe, the different points that we have here as a project that already are onboarded or being onboarded on the DTO. So once you're there, you have the resources to continue your computation. Of course, we are not maintaining the teams that are, let's say, doing the research on that. But this is really interesting to see that your outputs, your data flow can be maintained here in order to continue the services you have been developed during those years. And this, in a way, is good for Europe in terms of investment. Those investments that are very heavy are having a sustainable future thanks to the DTO. So I have a new one that I discovered yesterday. So Baris, you can take a picture. It's you. So it's a one on bridge on Black Sea. You can zoom a bit, Fabrice, because it's a bit small on our screen. If not, it's okay. So
I will try.
If not, okay, continue. It's fine.
Okay.
And we will go there to see that, and Baris will explain you directly the demo here. So yes, perfect. So Fabrice, please go ahead. So it's a scenario application again.
Yes, it's from the Bridge BS project, and Baris showed me this yesterday, and it's amazing the work they've done on this application. And one of the different applications you can access through this interface, it's this interface to explore physics and biochemistry evolution through different SSP scenarios in the future. So as you can see, I selected the comparison scenarios. I put the time frame in 2000. Now I can go in, 21, and I will see the temperature below the surface, and look, you can see directly the difference between the two scenarios if you check the temperature at 60 meters below the surface. And you can directly access this information. So it's amazing the work they've done to make this interface very simple, accessible to everyone, because behind I let you imagine the complexity and the state of the art of ocean science behind this, all this interface. In fact, you can discover on this control desk. So you are welcome. You are welcome to discover all this application. I'm waiting for you during the coffee break and the lunch break. So don't hesitate.
So I think in this idea to have the possibility to have those science-based decisions. So keep that on screen maybe if you want. I think it's interesting to see that because, you know, when you have some IPC scenario, it's not very easy to imagine what it means. Here you can see what's with this, it's just color. Now imagine that on top of that we have a natural scientist that is responsible of biological modeling that make you a model telling you this the change in the concentration of different algae or fishes and things like that, based on those results on temperatures and salinity and things like that. So this is the power of this DTO, because those data made by the Black Sea BS is, the Black Sea Bridge are made available, and this can be reused afterward by other community of scientists in order to develop other let's say applications and things like that. So it's really what is interesting with that. So you create something and then you share the results with the community, and the community can reuse that. So you can imagine that behind that, as we know very well, Barry's for having working with him for many years, but we have a lot of complex questions because we cannot share data like that without proper validation. We need to be able to ensure also a bit of sustainability on that, because if you start to develop a service based on that, but one of the bricks is not maintained in time, you will lose the complete chain. So we have a lot of questions to answer here, a lot of work to do. Again, I think it was said many times this morning, the main idea of this DTO now is really to interact with you, to be able to get your feedback, to explain you what we have been doing, not just the, let's say, the working team with Mercator, Velis, and Seascape, but also the people that have already tested the platform, that we show you the different example of applications. And I think, thanks to that, I hope we'll be able to improve this thing, and next year we'll have new applications to show you, or I don't know, some magic new ideas from Fabrice. I had one in mind that could be very nice for that. So I hope you will enjoy those 2 days. Thanks a lot. I've been shorter, but I think it's better for a demo for you to go there and not to for me to show you that on screen. And let's go on this co-construction of the DTO. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Alain, thank you to Fabrice. I think the BBC could not have done a better job there with our down the line, live, and you there. And what I again scribbled, because this was an important comment made by a speaker from the Flanders Marine Institute yesterday. You said there, what is great is that you create the content, but it gets shared. It gets reused. And this was the point that was made yesterday. It's reusable, it's multi-use. That is the value of it. So thank you for emphasizing that. And I think we, again, will put more meat on the bones of that when we have our technical sessions. So let us dive now into our Directorates General Round Table. First of all, I will ask you to come and seat yourselves by name, and then I will give you your titles. I think that is the best way. So from DG Mare, a warm welcome to Zoe Constantinou, so Policy Officer at DG Mare. We can applaud at the end, then I think I can get everybody to stage. From DG Research and Innovation, the Policy Officer for Healthy Oceans and Seas Unit, a warm welcome back to Nicholas Segebart. Hello to you. From DG DEFIS, Defence Industry and Space, we have Programme Officer Alessandra Cacciari. Hello to you. From DG Connect, Head of Sector for Destination Earth, we need to slot that in. We need to see how that destiny fits into all of that. Babis Tsitslakidis, so warm welcome to you. Or is it Kaidis? It's Kaidis. It is Kaidis. Ah, great. Well done, Katrina. All right. From DG Environment, Policy Officer Alice Bellin. Alice Bellin, look, you see. And Policy Officer for Space Cooperation at DG International and Partnerships. Very warm welcome to Cecilia Donati. So now, please, you can make them feel at home. So, quite a thing. I think it's a first for me in my moderating history to have this many representatives, this many Directorates General here. I have a couple of rounds of questions, if it's all right with you. If we have a little bit of space and there are a couple of questions from the room with a raised hand, I think we should take them. So if you can be beautifully concise, I've got to start with DG Mare. And of course, you're following on, Zoe, from EMODNET yesterday. So this flagship ocean observation service, EMODNET, and absolutely, you know this, key asset for the EU digital twin of the ocean. Just to be really precise, how does EMODNET really serve? I'm going to use the words DTO. I was told to avoid it, but I hope it's okay, because I think people will get sick of me spelling it out every time. How does EMODNET serve the DTO, and how also, importantly, does it benefit from it?
Thank you, Katrina. So we had a day and a half to discuss about this. EMODNET is bringing in the digital twin ocean, the in situ component of data, the European for the moment, and later on probably the global as well. So in situ means field observations, and it means data that are coming directly from the field, directly from the coastal zones, directly from the water column, and what satellite data can see internationally in a wide variety. In situ data, they see in more detail. So we need both in order to have a digital twin ocean that can provide different kind of applications. Particularly in situ applications, and what EMODNET is bringing in is the detail and the component that the sectoral and geographic specific applications require. So you have the large-scale models that are going to be in the backbone of the digital twin ocean, and then what we want by creating the digital twin ocean is that users and developers and requesters and policymakers and blue economy operators, they come forward and they either request for the development of specific applications, or they have their own developers that they are going to work on these applications that are going to be extremely specific, and they're going to be in the Black Sea, like the wonderful applications that we just saw from the Bridge project. They're going to be in the Mediterranean. They're going to be in the Thermaikos Gulf, where I come from in Greece. They're going to be in specific areas asking particular interesting questions for the coastal operators there, and for the marine operators in the national level. And this kind of information comes from the in situ data that EMODNET brings, and EMODNET brings it in a harmonized manner, in a standardized manner, in the same way across all European seas. Mm-hmm. So it creates also an understanding and capacity towards the data providers on how we need to do this in order to develop also applications that are reusable, that start with one purpose in one area and they can be transferred in another. Now, the second part of your question was how EMOTnet is being benefited from this. And the visibility and the understanding why we need the in situ data is the important component there. So now we have more people understanding why we need this data to be harmonized and standardized, and why we need the common approach that EMOTnet brings forward.
Thank you very much. So I mean, if I go back, essentially, one of the parts of this relationship is you've got these large-scale models, and EMOTnet really is nourishing that with the complete specifics. You talked sectoral, you talked geographical, so essentially very customized, and also high quality, harmonized. Let's be clear, not easy to achieve. Harmonized. Standards came up. I think that was probably the word that came up the most across the last 2 days. So let's just turn now to you, Nicholas, so to Research and Innovation Directorate General. We've got this mission, Ocean and Waters. It's fabulous. It's very, really promoting the ground-up approach. You oversee all sorts of different projects, marine projects, ocean projects. So again, how does the European Digital Twin Ocean fit with that, serve as a key pillar, so that all of those R&I initiatives are really maximized?
Yeah, thank you, Katrina. I think Alain already mentioned it. The DTO, EDITO, is a unique opportunities for all these projects that we fund. We're talking not only about the mission, actually, it's all the projects who are dealing with marine sciences or marine activities. So it's the mission, of course, but it's other parts of Horizon Europe. So it's eventually hundreds of projects that are collecting data, making models, developing applications. And the EDITO infrastructure is a unique opportunity to sustain these outcomes and to make sure that they keep being available after project ends. And I don't think there are so many opportunities in other parts of Horizon to do so. I think it's still pretty unique to offer that possibility to projects to continue developing on a single platform what they have been doing in their project. And not only it's for the people in the project, but if they make it open, they have the opportunity to keep developing in co-creation with others and make sure that at the end, you reach an application which is directly usable by end users. So we are not there yet. We want to have these operational services ready by 2030. So we have five years to go to provide really operational service. But I think in terms of services for the scientific community, we are almost operational. It's a fact.
Thank you very much. And of course, as we all know, 5 years goes like that. I mean, honestly, just as a check-in, can you believe when COVID, January 2020, I mean, 5 years. So lots of work to be done. Hopefully, we'll all be sitting here in 5 years going, wow, look at it now. But very important point you make there. And you don't hear it, you're right, across so many projects, including Horizon projects. In effect, the Digital Twin Ocean is enabling that legacy beyond a project end, and then its reuse, and then its revalorization. So let's look, we touched upon in our opening speaker there, Copernicus Marine, again, absolutely key asset of the EU DTO. How specifically, give us a few pointers as to how it serves it, and the same question as I asked Zoe, what's the benefit coming back? Because it is a two-way relationship. Yeah. We wait for it to come on. You might have to borrow one.
Thanks a lot.
Nicholas, thank you.
Thank you. Definitely, it's a two-way process. So first, the contribution of Copernicus, let's say, because of course, there are multiple linkage between Copernicus and the EUDTO. It's not only the Copernicus Marine. Yeah. As Elizabeth was saying before, we have the full infrastructure of satellite data coming in, and as Zoe was saying, necessarily complemented by the in situ, but this is one thing. And then the products generated by the Copernicus Marine that are flowing into the EUDTO, plus the marine numerical models that are coming from Copernicus Marine. So this is, let's say, the strong contribution that is there, and of course also the data catalog services that are coming from the full Copernicus services that are reachable and usable within the DTO. But then we come to the nice part, so how the DTO is then contributing to Copernicus, which is, I think, one of the most interesting part, is that we will have with the digital twin of the ocean the possibility of generating projection scenarios at local and global scale of targeted application. And there is where the Copernicus data and the Copernicus Marine products can become really actionable on an operational basis. We are operational, but with the DTO, we can really reach the last mile into the downstream, towards the downstream users, towards decision maker at local levels.
Can you just give an example of what you mean by that, very swiftly? When you say it becomes operational for the downstream users, can you give an example of a scenario?
Yes. For example, in Copernicus Marine, we have a lot of level 2, level 3 data, but we would like, perhaps I was discussing before with the colleagues from the League of the Majors of local city. So perhaps with the DTO, we can generate a very targeted application for them to look at the quality of the data or some specific parameters that we will have at their local level, and that they could run their, perhaps, local application, as Nicholas was mentioning before. So either we are asked to design for them a small application, or they are coming to us with their application, and then we are reaching really the last mile. Yeah. And with this, I would like to touch upon the other aspect that Nicholas was saying of making it interoperable and able to host all other applications.
Thank you so much. And talking of interoperability, which I always say is the worst word to try and pronounce when you've had 25 gin and tonics. So it really is. There have been many times I slow it down now because sometimes I stumble over that. Interoperability. So the Digital Twin Ocean is designed to be fully compatible, coming to you now from DG Connect, is designed to be fully compatible with Destination Earth, Destiny, and enabling these real synergies with Europe's planetary digital twins. First of all, very briefly, for those who may not be so cognizant, Destiny, what's it all about? And the second thing is exactly that, the interoperability, the synergies between Destiny and the Digital Twin Ocean. Not yet, we might soon.
Or I can use a... No? All right, you can hear me with this one now.
Thank you.
Yes, so it's always challenging to explain Destination Earth in 2 minutes, but I will do my best. So starting with that, what is Destination Earth? Destination Earth, or Destiny, if you like, is an EU flagship initiative that in the current MFF represents a total investment of more than €500 million, with the aim to gradually create a very accurate digital model of the Earth system, our Earth system. Now, what does that mean? It means that we are building on cutting-edge science. Destination Earth is rooted on cutting-edge science, but also state-of-the-art technology, and you can imagine the role that AI will play there, powered by the investments that we have also now in supercomputing. Because without the supercomputers that we have deployed across the continent, we would not have been able to create a new generation of models regarding the Earth system. So Destination Earth is a system that helps us to understand, to predict, and to anticipate a number of changes related to the Earth system. And I can give you an example when it comes to climate change, for example. We have digital twins running in this area where you can have, let's say, multi-decadal projections and predictions about the climate change in the future. Currently, we run until 2050. And this in a resolution of a few kilometers, which is something that doesn't really exist today. So there you can ask what if questions like how the climate will evolve
and how the world would look like in a scenario with +2 degrees, and then how can I adapt my city. But at the same time, we are working on enhancing the prediction capabilities regarding the extreme weather events that are also related to climate change, so that we can help our public authorities in the member states to go one step further on how they can really issue early warnings in a more accurate and powerful way. And there is an interplay between the two. What we are currently working on, and that will be my last example on Destination Earth, is how you can take a past extreme event and replay it in the future under specific climate change conditions. For example, you can take the heat wave of 2019 in France and then put it in 2049 with +2 degrees and see how the same event would look like. And then, of course, you can imagine the value that this provides in terms of preparedness and resilience to local authorities, regional or national authorities. And we launched the first version of the system last year. Of course, there are many things to come, but you can always go there and visit Destination Earth and start playing with the tools and applications that are available. Now, having said that, and considering that oceans are the interactions of oceans with the atmospheric components, but the key role that oceans play in the whole Earth system, we started obviously working together from the early days of both initiatives. So we formed a horizontal team between Destination Earth and the DTO, including not only the services that you see here, but also the implementing teams, the teams from the implementing entities, if you like, from both sides. And the good thing, the advantage is that they know each other quite well from Copernicus. And we are progressing now on how we can make the two, Destination Earth and the DTO, interoperable. The aim is, of course, to create an added value. So an added value for all of you, users, that you can come and work with both initiatives at the same time, getting access to assets that we can provide simultaneously to you. And I think our teams are working on that. And you will, as I said, see more coming in the coming months and even years, because this is a long-term endeavor. We will co-evolve. And we are happy to see the progress already made in this area.
Okay. Fantastic, thank you. And just in my head, what I think when I listen to you, creating this digital model of the Earth system, the examples you gave of the what-if scenarios, I think to myself, in everything I read on, in the media, diverse sources, this isn't out there. All of this needs to be out there. That's a question for another time in a conversation, but it's such a valuable, impressive EU added value story in all of this noise around climate change that needs to be there. And we need to find new ways how to keep everybody engaged with that, which is tricky. Thank you. Now let's literally hone in now on sort of the environmental side of things. I'm turning to you, Alice, at DG Environment. Again, how the EU Digital Twin Ocean can be a key asset to contribute to ocean health, of course support the implementation of the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, and perhaps other legislation in the marine environment. Let's be specific so these good people can see how it all weaves together.
Thank you very much. So, as you all know, the European Union, Europe is committed to protecting its seas, its ocean, to reaching healthy seas. And for that, we have a large number of environmental pieces of legislation. You mentioned the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, which is the directive I work on, but there's also the Nature Restoration Regulation, for instance, which was adopted very recently, Birds and Habitats Directive, Water Framework Directive.
You may slow down. I'm only saying it that you have time. You may slow down just for the benefit of these good people. No, we all speak fast, and those in the online.
There's no interpretation, right?
So, no, okay. You may just take your time, otherwise okay. They will miss, and it's very important what you're saying.
Especially when I list all of these legislation and all of these acronyms.
You rattle through.
No problem. Anyway, we have plenty of laws in Europe and plenty of policies and plenty of objectives to be achieved. And Kęstutis said it this morning, we can't manage what we can't measure, and we can't protect what we don't understand. And what all of these legislation do is they ask authorities, national authorities, regional or international authorities, to manage in order to protect. So this is where the DTO comes in. It is to help these authorities understand and measure so that they can do their job. And if we look first at understanding, all of these legislation, they require a lot of data, a lot of knowledge about the marine environment. And the marine environment is extremely complex, as we know. These legislation, they require that authorities understand how different activities and pressures impact the very tiniest marine organisms, phytoplanktons and zooplanktons, and how that has an impact then on the big marine organisms like whales and birds, for instance, and how all of that impacts the resilience of the ocean and of marine ecosystems against, for instance, climate change. So where the DTO comes in, and we've heard now from all of the colleagues about the numerous sources of data that it will bring together, this is really the key, is to bring all of these sources of data together, to make them of high quality so that administration, so that authorities, those who need to take decisions can tap into this data. And then the second aspect, as I mentioned, is to be able to measure. And this is what we've heard now several times about these what-if scenario. So it's turning all of this data and this knowledge into actions, into measures. And one of the things that we're really hoping from the DTO is to be able to run scenarios where administrations can see what is the most adequate measure, what is the best scenario for the objective that they're trying to achieve.
Can I just before I come to you, you've been so no, you may go for the water or the microphone. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you there. No, don't touch the microphone. Just one little question. Alain there said you used the words accessible. You were showing an app towards the end, that very beautiful one that was going, that Fabrice. Now, Fabrice is a whiz, right? He's great. You talked about authorities, administrations. Do you think they need training in how to make best use of the digital twin of the ocean? Because not all users are created alike, are they? They're not all data scientists.
Absolutely. I think they need training. I think they need also to have the right experts in the room with them in order to use these tools. And I always say, when we have conversations with colleagues about the development of these amazing digital tools, I always tell them, try to think about the people who are sitting in the Ministry of Environment of Romania, Bulgaria, or Poland, or Lithuania, or Latvia, and how ultimately they will be able to make use of these tools, either directly or through, the right experts who give them the answers. But this is really, really key, indeed, in this process.
Yeah. Thank you very much. What I will, after the question for you, Cecilia, I will just turn to the audience to see, just in the room, not on Slido, as I said, forgive me, online audience, if there's a question or two. It will mean that the second round needs to be beautifully 90-second punchy before I take us, we have one more speaker and then the break, but I just want to check in whether there are questions because you're all here. Coming to you, international partnerships. I'm talking also here about the Global Gateway Strategy. For those who are less familiar, the European Union strategy to build smart, clean and secure infrastructure and connectivity with countries worldwide. Let's just establish that before I come to the question. So, as we've heard, the European DTO is enabling synergy with Europe's planetary digital twins, supporting other priorities, including the Global Gateway Strategy. So could you provide an example of exactly how it is a key asset to that strategy? I think you've got a couple of specific examples for us. Thank you.
Indeed. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting DG IMPA to be part of this panel. You heard very much words like geopolitical, like EU tech offer, about technology and knowledge sovereignty. So you heard about the why we need European digital twin of the ocean, and the what is actually mean this European digital twin of the ocean, specifically within Europe, for Europe. But what about what Europe can offer outside the EU border? So the European digital twin of the ocean, EDITO, DTO, I don't know anymore how to say it. Anyway, it's a trusted, open, science-based digital ocean infrastructure that provides data, model, and decision support tool. This is a key, I would say. We all agree on that. So the Global Gateway, which thank you for already introducing what is the Global Gateway is, it's the main strategy for reference of DG IMPA, which stands for International Partnership. So what do? We try to align international dimension with the external dimension. So we build strategic partnership worldwide, specifically with the Global South, in the area of digital, which is one of the main priorities, but also energy, climate, transport, health, research, and other. So you can see that digital infrastructure and data system are a core pillar of the Global Gateway strategy. Together with that, we also have another strategy, because the EU likes to have a lot of strategy, of course. So we have the International Digital Strategy, which was published earlier this summer, that set the condition to expand international digital strategy and to build a comprehensive EU tech offer. A EU tech offer, it's an offer. It's the offer that the EU has and bring forward to partner country. So EDITO provides the digital capability, the digital infrastructure for ocean, and the Global Gateway provides the financial, diplomatic, and partnership machinery to scale that capability globally for climate resilience, sustainable blue economy, and rule-based ocean governance. So a concrete example, actually two concrete examples, I try to be very brief to stay within the time, are the two programs that we are building on and working with our partner country. One is for the continent of Africa, and it's called OPERA. It stands for Ocean Prediction Enhancement in Region of Africa. It's a 10 million project, 10 million euro project, which was launched earlier this year, and a specific component looks into how to support African partner country and Africa continent to establish a digital twin of the ocean. Guess what? Leveraging the European digital one. So it's a true partnership. It's really a mutual beneficial partnership, a win-win one, where we look into what we have done within the EU, the standard that we have created, the technology that we have, and then we build together with partner country a co-design infrastructure. Similarly, there is another one which is called Ocean Prediction for Costa Rica. That is again looking in a similar way to build sustainable digital twin power prediction service for coastal resilience and marine protected area. So in essence, I think this is a way we try to translate what we have achieved within the EU in the external dimension. My last sentence is that the OPERA program will have implementing calls next year. So I think it's a good opportunity also to look into that. It is implemented by Mercator Ocean. And stay tuned to learn more on how to develop this further beyond the EU border.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very clear explanation also of how all of this fits together and how this gateway strategy is the financial, the kind of the diplomatic arm to spread globally, and that it is a real relationship in those examples that you gave. Okay, just turning to the floor, because I know that you must be getting tired. There are limits to brain, your brain staying. We will take a break at 10:45. We started late, we gathered some minutes. So just stay with us. Is there any comments or questions from the floor thus far? I don't want to leave it to the end in case we run out of time. Are you good? Are you happy to listen? There are a few more pieces of the puzzle that I would like these good people just to be able to put together for you to finalize this setting of the big picture. All right? So I'm just coming back. What we're going to do now, as you all know, because you're prepared, I would hope, we're going to focus also, we're going to bring in the 6 priorities of the ocean, the EU Ocean Pact. And each of our representatives from these directorates general are going to kind of link the work done and with these priorities, and just try, as I say, to weave everything together neatly so that you go out of here not thinking, oh, Jesus, there are so many strategies, initiatives, pacts, etc., and actually go, okay, I better understand how it all fits together. So I'm going to come to you, actually, and work this way, if I may, jumping around. Again, specifically, if we focus on the priority of international ocean governance, how does the Digital Twin Ocean support the Ocean Pact? And, you know, where can you see it specifically being a key asset to ocean diplomacy, international rules-based governance, particularly if we look at the recently ratified High Seas Treaty and also High Sea Treaty, and in the context that you said, the Commissioner said yesterday, we heard this morning from Kęstutis, this ocean diplomacy is seriously coming to top of the agenda at present. Over to you.
Which is a good news, isn't it?
It is a good news. It's a kind of a good news in a sad way, but it's a good, no, it's a good news. It's a good news.
Let's take the good positive
We'll take the
aspect.
good positive, absolutely.
It's a good news.
It's a good news.
Indeed, so I think it's clear to everyone that the Ocean Pact set a clear European ambition also in the area of ocean diplomacy and international ocean governance. And as I said before, the Global Gateway is the tool, is the how we can turn this ambitious also into concrete partnership with partner country outside the EU through financing, digital and scientific infrastructure, skills development, so it's about capacity building. Yes, you mentioned we need capacity building. We always need capacity building also for our partner country, and multilateral governance support. So scientific advancement like the one that we have for the European Digital Twin of the Ocean are now being actively promoted outside the EU and provide concrete example on how science can support sustainable ocean management. And we all know, I don't need to repeat it, but ocean diplomacy is essential because the ocean is a shared global resource. So no single country can ensure the sustainability alone, which makes multilateral cooperation even more important, and international agreements are critical. So the recently High Sea Treaty is a landmark in this respect and demonstrates the relevance of multilateral cooperation and international agreement, and similarly for the Global Plastic Treaty. So what we are doing here, again from looking through the Global Gateway lens, we are actively supporting the ratification and implementation of those treaties through initiatives such as the Global Ocean Programme, which is a €40 million program, as well as regional ocean program like the one I mentioned for Africa and Costa Rica, so Opera and Opera for Costa Rica. In short, the digital twin of the ocean bridge science and diplomacy, enabling the EU and its partner to protect biodiversity beyond natural jurisdiction, advance sustainable blue economy, and ultimately achieve SDG 14 target, which is our main mandate, SDG IMPA, supporting the implementation of the SDG target.
Indeed.
And I stop here.
Thank you so much. And what I pull out very clearly, and if anybody should be going online and sharing on social media and would be posting on that, clearly for you, you say the digital twin of the ocean is the bridge between science and diplomacy, and absolutely critical, and the science supports the global sustainable management of the oceans and waters. Thank you. I'm going to bring in, talking water, the EU Water Resilience Strategy. I'm just going to jump over you momentarily, Alice, and just briefly again, it needs to be a 90-second, only because top lines to keep these lovely people with us, how Destiny and the EU Digital Twin Ocean will support the water resilience strategy, and maybe you could say a couple of words on how that links with the EU strategy on AI and the data union strategy, so we can see that there is coherence across them all?
Of course there is, and both elements are quite important. So if I start with the contribution of the DTO and Destination Earth for the water resilience strategy, perhaps you know that under the water resilience strategy there are a number of actions already identified so to make it happen, and one of them is a joint endeavor between the DTO and Destination Earth. And we are working together now, together with our colleagues in DG Environment, to see which tools and applications we will need to create jointly together in order to support the water resilience strategy. If I go back to the interoperability between the two, I believe that this action would serve as a catalyst in order for these developments to proceed faster. So we are at this stage, and we will continue now, as I said, by identifying the actual tools and applications that we need to jointly develop. Then very quickly on the AI...
You can slow down, it's okay.
All right.
They will survive or they won't hear you.
You'll survive, yeah. All right,
Okay.
I'm
Sorry,
timing
go for
myself, so yeah. So on the AI part, perhaps you know that there is the overarching vision of the Commission and the Union for Europe to become a leading continent on AI, as this was expressed by President von der Leyen. And there we had a couple of major actions already published recently. The first one is the AI Continent Plan, which is an action plan focusing on 5 key areas. Among them, we have all the basic ingredients, so data, again, supercomputing, and others. It's important to stress that we are already deploying our AI factories. So these are, imagine, supercomputing capabilities but tailored for AI development. And the next step will be our AI gigafactories, which are going to become, let's say, the next step in the evolution of what features, infrastructures, and capabilities Europe has to offer in this kind of arms race in the area of AI. So how does this connect now with Destination Earth, the DTO? Destination Earth is part, and it's actually the flagship initiative also in the area of climate and environment when it comes to the Apply AI strategy, which is the second major action that was already published recently. And there, what we have already in the pipeline is the development of Europe's first AI foundation model of the Earth system. So fusing AI with physics and the underlying numerical predictions so that we can go even further. And in the data union strategy part, and I will close this chapter, you can see that all of these links are there, all of these are connected, and we have a new kid on the block, which we call data labs, which are going to serve as the prep stage for the AI developers before they can use already the capabilities of the AI factories and the AI gigafactories. And we will have a Destination Earth data lab for that. Now,
Okay. We need to round off a little bit. I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure all of them get heard till the end. Go on.
The connecting part. We are not building, as you have heard, Destination Earth in isolation. We are working together with the DTO. And not only that, we are working together with our colleagues from Copernicus. So we are an ecosystem. We are going to co-evolve together. So whatever we are going to deliver in this AI dimension from Destination Earth will become available also to the DTO, to Copernicus, and we will, as I said, co-evolve together. So it's a new ecosystem. If you like, I can go even one step further. It's a family in the making. So stay tuned for more exciting developments to come. And I think now I'm done. So.
And I'm sorry, it's the worst part of my job. It's the worst part of my job doing that. I hate it. Thank you, but the point is you have been very clear and signposted, and I think the important thing is that you've given the top lines. The idea is that these good people can also follow up on this in their own time, or pester you by email, of course, Babis, to find out more about all this. But thank you for giving those top lines. Perhaps a less complex question to ask you, because that was tough. I asked you 90 seconds, insane amount of parts to my question. The one for you, Alice, is just one or two places where the digital twin ocean, the service offer, could better meet your needs in terms of environmental protection, contributing to a healthy ocean, what might you like to see there?
Yeah, thanks. I think I'll be short, and there's been a lot of things that I've said, but I'll build on the question you asked before, which talked about the water resilience strategy, which is a very important policy as well for the European Commission. And I'll mention, therefore, the source-to-sea approach, which is extremely important when we talk about ocean policy and protecting marine ecosystems. And I'll just mention that our colleagues in the Joint Research Center have been working on a model called the Blue2 model, which is trying to realize this connection between what happens on land, what happens in the freshwater cycle, and how that impacts marine ecosystems. And through this model, we are able to, for instance, see how decisions made in relation to agricultural policy might affect what we call primary production in the sea, the zooplankton and phytoplankton, and therefore what might affect these larger animals that I mentioned before, and marine ecosystems in general. And this is a really important development, and this is fully plugged into the DTO infrastructure, and for us it's very important to have this land-sea connection and this source-to-sea approach.
Thank you. And when I was listening, thank you for your clarity. First of all, we were looking at, just to underline for the Ocean Pact, the priorities. Here was international ocean governance. I didn't specify the priority that you were linking with, Babis. Forgive me that I don't have it at the top of my head.
You mean for
the link in the priority? I was wanting to literally name the 6 priorities of the Ocean Pact. That was the easiest question, and you've been brilliant at the really hard questions. And
I think we are working, as I said, under the water resilience strategy. So
no problem. I've confused you. I think Alice knows what I'm saying. Do you? The health of, yes.
I was going to say the healthy ocean for sure, but also the knowledge component, I think. Yeah?
Thank you. Yeah. Indeed. Thank you so very much. I should have had that at the top of my head. All right, Alessandra, over to you. This priority under the Ocean Pact, maritime security and defence. That's a little bit where we're looking at in the question to you. Again, looking to the future, how are these evolutions? You've got one side, the marine, the Copernicus Marine Service, then you've got the EU Digital Twin Ocean. How are those future evolutions tied together? With that as the background, maritime security and defence.
Yes. As already testified by my colleagues before, the DTO is going to cover, I think, really all the 6 priorities of the ocean health. And specifically for maritime security and defense, I would like to make a parallel with the operational meteorology, because the point is to deliver robust and data in an operational manner. And that source of data will be used, as it is done for the meteorological services, will be used also by the Army and the Navy, and they will come back to us because they will need that for their own specific application, but we need to be able to provide the operational framework and the reliability and robustness of this data. And I'm sorry if I'm really very strong on operational, but this is the important part. We need to be there 24 hours, 12 months, every 2 hours, every 10 minutes. Without any, we need to commit to that, and that is the important part, with the robustness and operationality. The next step that you were asking me about the future evolution, we are working on a major evolution of CMEMS in the next MFF, in the perspective of Copernicus, that is enhanced continuity, meaning that we will plug in new features for CMEMS. I'm thinking to an extended and more capacity in the coastal services, coastal extension of the services, but we need to do it with enhanced continuity perspective, meaning that what we have now is continued. All the amount of data, the huge portfolio of data the CMEM has, needs to be continued. And in this, This is where we can, let's say, support the DTO in its operationalization by 2030. Sorry about the Brazil. Because Copernicus is the place where other prototype and other pre-operational subjects have become operational.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I will jump straight to you, Nicholas, if I can. Again, looking at the, specifically, same question, how does the digital twin ocean, how will it support the Ocean Pact specifically with the priority of ocean knowledge and innovation? Where is that relationship?
Thank you. So, of course, ocean science, ocean knowledge is one of the priorities of the Pact because it supports essentially all the other ones. I don't have to insist much on how we all are eager to have very good science-based policies and innovation, etc. I don't need to make much of a case or in front of this audience about how much the DTO is a game changer for science itself. I think it facilitates clearly the access to data, to model, the replication, the downscaling. I mean, you name it, you know it all better than I do. Where I think it's also a game changer is in de-risking innovation and investments, because most of the objective of the Ocean Pact will necessitate immense investments. So how do we make sure that these investments bring what they are expected to bring? So we heard, or we saw the demonstration with the nature-based solution in the wetlands, I think, in the Wadden Sea. So planting all this grass is going to be very costly. So how do we make sure that we put it at the right place? But not only we need to make sure that it works now, but we need to make sure that it will work in 1 year, in 2 years, in 10 years. Yeah. Okay, the grass maybe not in 50 years, but there are other investments which have 50 years planning. So we need to make sure that these investments are durable and resist over time. And that is what the what-if scenarios actually allow.
Yeah. Thank you. Absolutely. If you know, if you see, if you measure, that's where you will invest. And you say, and thank you indeed for just being really, really clear, under the EU Ocean Pact, immense investments. So the more you put on the table in terms of, there is some stability with these what-if scenarios, the more you can lock down those more robust long-term investments, the more confidence you can give as well to people to be part of that. So finally, back to you, Zoe. We're looking again at the relationship, the support that the Digital Twin Ocean gives to the Ocean Pact. Here, the focus is on communities in coastal regions, complex. We heard it yesterday at IMODNET, very, very diverse. And also, perhaps you could just say a little bit about the Digital Twin Ocean, how it makes a contribution to the Ocean Pact's dashboard. And those last words go to you.
So for the coastal communities, Katrina, the majority of us live in the coastal zone, a lot of us earn their livelihoods around the coastal zone. So the Digital Twin Ocean is going to become the bridge between marine knowledge and these communities. So we're speaking about numerous applications that are going to have a social component as well, providing information that is necessary for the resilience of these communities. This has to do with coastal safety and resilience. It has to do with infrastructure in the coastal zone, how we develop it, how we protect it. It has to do with safety of life, even under extreme events in coastal zones. Sure. It has to do with the development of the blue economy that is in the majority around the coastal zones. So it's aquaculture, it's tourism, it's coastal fisheries, multiple elements that the digital twin can bring applications for the people living in the coastal zone to understand better, react better, be prepared better, invest better. Mm-hmm. Now, regarding the Ocean Board, the Ocean Pact dashboard is going to be a way to measure how the Ocean Pact is implemented in the different priorities. And it's going to require an immense amount of data and an immense amount of indicators and assessments created by this data. So the digital twin is going to provide I'm not going to say the majority because it's a common effort that is coming through IMOTNET, that is coming through Copernicus Marine, but it's going to provide the consolidated view on this, and it's going to also provide the window to the world that the digital twin is, for a wider understanding, for making these indicators and assessment more understandable for a wider variety of users.
Okay. Thank you very much. And on that note, super clear, and the complexity of coastal, of what is going on for coastal communities. I mean, yeah, you made that very clear there. Thank you, and what the dashboard is for. So last word, one word, what is, I don't mind who starts, and then I introduce our final speaker who has 5 minutes before I release you for coffee. Let me just park this momentarily and make a point. It's okay we are a little bit over time. We will sneak a little bit of time. We will take it from what is a very long lunch break so that ostensibly by the end of the day, we will finish no later than 6 o'clock. So I can promise you that. You can hold me to that. One word if you have to describe the digital twin of the ocean. I say, wow. That's my word, really. It's not my daily bread and butter. So I say, wow. What other word?
I was going to say fantastic, but then I'm redundant with you, right?
It's not as good as wow. One word.
I would say reality.
Reality.
A vision 4 years ago, a reality today for scientists,
okay.
And a reality in 5 years for everyone.
Okay, reality for you.
I would say dream big and look into the future achievements and applications, because a lot are going to come.
Where is the one word in that?
Big.
Dream, okay. Yes, for you.
2 words, a connector and an enabler. A connector across different type of community. We are 6 DGs here. Each of us are working on different domain. An enabler for new investment, new opportunity, new private sector application, and more.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say cooperation, cooperative. So same thing, bringing different actors together under the same roof to take informed decisions.
I would say a fantastic and very important member of the family. So.
Oh, that's good. You like the family analogy, but it's good. It's good to keep that. Yes, last.
Operational marine knowledge reaching the ultimate users.
Operational marine knowledge reaching?
Ultimate users.
Ultimate, yeah.
Final
okay.
users.
Yes. We just, Okay, so who, as we all see, who stuck to that the most? Oh, it was me. Wow. There we go. No, thank you so much. I kid you not. It's, again, I used these words yesterday. I thank you for letting me be a little bit Hurricane Katrina. I'm always conscious of the audience and their capacity, and I want them to stay with you. But thank you very much. I hope, let's do a show of hands. Just get out of your phones for those who are on for a moment. I certainly understand better how it all fits together. Have they done their job? Would you raise your hand in the room if you see how all of these different initiatives, priorities, policies, pacts slot together? Who better sees? Okay. They're listening hard. They might also just be very nice because they don't dare not raise their hands. But can you give very warm applause to these brilliant speakers? Thank you. You did an excellent job. Thank you very, very much. You're allowed to take your seats. Bloody hard to condense all of that into but 2 short. Yeah, oh, I love that. Zoe, bams, you dropped the mic. That was a very Michael Jackson thing to do there, and she's left the room. Okay, so stay with us. I promise you'll get your hands on some really nice sugary stuff here. You will leave this event 75 kilos heavier. Our last speaker, ahead of a coffee break, is Caroline Hurt. She is a doctoral researcher at the European Research Council project, hello, Twin Politics, and you have an ocean data survey to report back on, I think.
Yes,
so
correct.
Please get off your phones, because she has waited so long to speak, and she's only going to be 5 minutes. So over to you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I really appreciate being here today and that you listen to me. My name is Caroline Hirt. I'm a political science researcher, PhD researcher at the University of Vienna. And I will shortly present the Twin Politics project I'm employed at, but also the survey we developed. So first of all, the Twin Politics project is an ERC Consolidator grant project that runs from July 2024 until June 2029 at the University of Vienna and is led by Elise Vadreau. So the main aim of this project is to investigate the development of digital twins as a geopolitical phenomenon that could permanently change the interface between science and policy. So one of the questions we would like to answer with this project is, for example, whether digital twins can contribute to a fairer organization of multilateral negotiations in the future. So to do that, Twin Politics will develop new methods to empirically investigate digital twins, not only as a technical tool or model, but also as a socio-technical and a political relation. And on this photo, you can see the team in Vienna. So the main reason I'm here today is to present our ocean data survey we developed within the project. And the survey is interested in the use of ocean data, technology, and knowledge by actors that are somehow involved in ocean-related negotiations and policymaking. So we would like to answer a question, for example, how and by whom is ocean data used? What challenges do arise with the use of data and technology? But also, what prevents decision makers from using specific forms of knowledge? And what are the concrete data needs for different groups, and how do actors perceive the role of data, technology, and science? So the survey is available in English, French, Spanish, Chinese, Russian, Arabic, and German. And you can see, you can scan a QR code directly here, or you can make a photo and do it later. Also, my nice colleague Felix and I are here. We have also tablets, you can fill out the survey. And we would really appreciate if you take the time. It would really help us a lot with our research. And so please let us know your opinions, but also current needs and how you are using ocean data, knowledge in ocean governance. Thank you very much.
You can stay with me as I take them into the break. That was brilliant.
Yeah,
no, seriously, because I just looked at that and went, oh, wow, I'm so looking at that survey. Who's clicking on the QR code?
Yes, thank you very much.
You did an excellent job. You did an excellent job. Bloody fascinating. I had loads of questions. I'm not allowed to ask them because I've got to take you into a break. Now, I can't give you less than half an hour, so we will take half an hour until, what will that make it? 11:20? Okay. Do eat. Do please go and visit the exhibition. That's really, really important. If you have time and you feel like it, share something online. Same thing to you. If you could take half an hour, keep an eye on your screens. We will try and be back here really on time for the next part of this event when we get a little bit more technical. So thank you very much, everybody. Have a break. See you shortly. a cafe. Thank you very, very much for being with us. Now, I think there are more people to come. I need someone to help me out. Can someone just run out and check how many people we're waiting for? Anyone? Can you just go and check how many more people we're waiting to come into the room so that I can do this in a professional way? Who got their hands on cake? There wasn't much left. I'll have you know that I did eat a bowl of grapefruit, but I also had cake, so there we go. All right. Important for me to say about questions, because I'd specified, I'm also saying this for those of you online, just going to wait till everybody's in. And Marina, can you just pop your head out and see how many people are still to come? Thank you. Don't be here. Here's seats here. There's a bit of a gap there. If you want to put your lovely face there, I would be grateful. Because the more people there are together, frankly, the nicer it is for speakers to see a body of people without lots of gaps. There are many. Can you do a Hurricane Katrina so I'm not just the only bossy person in the room? Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, you got to be pretty damn bossy. All right, I'm going to start without waiting because you've all been so prompt. So thank you very much for that. And now I've lost Marina, and since she's the first speaker, I have to wait for her to come back. So that wasn't really a good idea to send her out, was it? Want to go and get her? Do you mind? Sorry. She's multitasking with skill. All right, come, be seated, please, swiftly. I promised not to go past 6 o'clock tonight, and I need to honor that for you. And to not make our speakers feel too hassled. That's important. All right, I'm not waiting for anybody else. I'm going to start. The important thing to say is I had specified that the questions for that first panel were in the room only. As I understand it, there were some on Slido. I didn't take them or call for them for that reason. However, I have been reliably informed that questions that do come in will be kept and curated. And if the organisers can see that there's a bit of a thread, there was burning questions and there's information that needs to be put across, they would endeavour to answer that in the summary report that comes out of this event, okay? So that's to enable you to feel less frustrated if you did ask a question and it wasn't answered. But I would also say for all of you and all of you online, here's the speakers, you know their names, you have the programme. These are the top lines that we're sharing with you. If you need to follow up on something, the information is there. Of course, do so at your leisure, because these good people in the room, they don't have the time to tell you everything that they could. And I've asked them not to do that in the interests of being concise. All right, so a very, very warm welcome back. Here's a technical workshop coming up. There's 3 sessions that feature experts, stakeholders, project leaders who are going to give you a sense of next steps and requirements for the platform. So it really is about this user-centered co-design approach. And there's also the showcasing of Horizon 2020 projects that are using the platform. So the purpose of these sessions really is to set the scene for the breakouts that are coming later. Now, after each speaker or set of speakers, we will create just a few minutes to take a few questions. It can be on Slido. You don't want to raise a hand. That is Slido for you. For those of you online, the golden rule, keep it super short and say to whom it is addressed. All right, brilliant. It is time now to hear from somebody who is so involved in this fabulous asset. Her name is Marina Tonani. She is ocean forecasting and digital ocean expert at Mercator Ocean International and the project manager of Edito. So as I understand it, warm welcome to you. You are going to share with this crowd implementation of the European Digital Twin Ocean through the Horizon Europe Edito 2 project. Is that right? So
Exactly.
about 16 minutes, there's some speaking time, and then we'll try and just squeeze in a few questions afterwards. You can give her a warm round of applause to make her feel... Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for the introduction. You have heard already about Edito this, in the previous session, and so I will not repeat what you have heard already, but my goal is to try to let you understand what is the Edito team doing in the frame of Edito 2 project, and what we are expecting you to do for achieving a success in the project. So it's us and you, but we are working together as a team. No distinction between us. So just have a quick look at the timeline, just for having an idea of what time frame we are talking about. I think that most of you are aware that we started in developing Edito in 2022, and as was already said this morning, we had the first demonstration of the prototype at the DigitalOcean Forum 2024, followed by the a key event at the Ocean Pavilion in Nice during the United Nations Ocean Conference last summer. And that has been a great achievement for Edito, but we have still a lot of work that we need to do for achieving the goal to have by the 2030 a fully operational digital twin of the ocean. And so what will Edito team do in the frame of all this time? That we have until the end of the project that will finish in August 2028, but this is just a project because we have a much longer perspective for Edito, is to improve the capabilities and expand the capabilities of the technical platform, so the Edito platform that has been developed in the first phase of the project. And this means that we will scale up the entire infrastructure, but we will also allow for a wide contribution of data. As said, we started in the initial phase aggregating around two major marine assets in Europe that are EMORnet and Copernicus Marine. And these are the data that now you can easily access on Edito in its data lake, but we are aiming to expand and being able to have the most of the marine observation and data that, and product that we can have with your contribution. And so this is something that is an aspect that is very important, but this goes together with allowing you to develop tools and applications that can run in a co-located space with the observation, and so being very efficient, and also on a shared platform that will allow us to break the barrier across sectors and discipline in working in the marine environment. And we are scientists, and we will have a good care about the quality of the information that we do deliver. I know that as soon as we mention this, there is a sort of alert saying this is very difficult to achieve. Yes, we know, but we are ambitious, and so we will start with what we can do today, and in the frame of the project, we will achieve something that is more than what we can do today, for providing information that you can rely upon. And most important, because today for us is the key event of the year where we can meet you, the community that contributes to Edito, is to build a community with you. We need your contribution, we need your feedback, we need you using the platform. And this will be achieved with different initiatives. There will be specific group of expert boards, events that will allow us to stay in touch. Just here a quick sketch of what are this event. I will not go into the details, it will be presented by my colleagues, but something that already has been mentioned by Cecilia Donati in the panel this morning is that Edito is also contributing to international activities and projects. like the Opera project that is targeting the African region and Costa Rica, but is also part of the UN Decade initiative, and EDITO is an endorsed project under the umbrella of DITO, that is the UN Decade Digital Twin Ocean program, and is also very well linked with ocean prediction and ocean data share initiatives. And in the frame of this, we are bringing the contribution of Europe to the international framework. And since we are here together, I also take the opportunity to highlight 2 events that EDITO is organizing that could be of your interest. One is the online event that will be in January. And the second one is the summit, the 3rd DITO summit that will be organized in Japan in November 2026. This is just for giving you an idea. But so how can you contribute to EDITO? But first step, go to EDITO, register to EDITO, and start to work in EDITO. What can you do? There are several contributions that you can provide to EDITO. We have seen in the demonstration this morning the contribution from the Bridge Black Sea project, and I can say that it's amazing. I'm surprised because we had the technical meeting with them less than 1 month ago, and today is there. So I know that it will not always be such a smooth and plain journey because I think that you are an ambition community. And so you want to achieve great things in delivering your science or your request as a user. That could be a user as policymaker, a user as operator in the marine sector, a user acting in the blue economy framework. But we are ambitious too. And we need to build on our ambitions for being able to really provide something that today had just started, but in few years we will be the reality. And so a common place where we can have the knowledge for understanding our seas and being able to face different a problem or managing its resources in a very collaborative way and looking it from all the different angles and all the different aspects of the complex marine ecosystem. So this is our job. This is a job that we cannot do without you. And so we hope we will be able to work efficiently together and to achieve ambitious goals as soon as possible. And I really thank you for your participation today because it means really a lot for the EDITO and it will allow us to be able to understand what you need and how we can facilitate your work.
Oh my God. Marina, either I terrified you or you are so bad at maths because you said, Kat, I need 16 minutes too. I was like, okay. And you've just finished in 7. So I don't know. So I've traumatized you / your maths is appalling, but I don't think your maths can be appalling if you're project manager of EDITO. Are you happy with the progress so far, and do you think that the ambition you had there for 2025 to 2028, it's realistic, it can be achieved, the progress going forward?
Yes.
You can come here, just come here in case there are questions. If you want to come here, and you are happy with what's come and you are optimistic that what is to come and what's in the planning can be achieved.
I'm fully aware that... Is it working?
Hang on a minute, try again.
Yes, now it's working. So I'm fully aware that this is very ambitious and there is hard work behind it. But I think that we have the right people in the right place and we have a common goal. And so if we can work together, I'm sure that we can achieve it.
Okay,
it's not going to be easy, and as I said, it's not going to be a plain journey. There will be difficulties, and there will be a lot of obstacles that we need to understand how to face them and how to overcome them. But I think that the goal is there, and we are ready for it.
But it's not a bad answer. If you'd said, I think it's impossible, but we're setting the targets anyway, that would be one thing. But if you're saying, we've got that, that's our little roadmap going forward in those 3 years, it's achievable, but it will take hard work, fair enough. You didn't say it's impossible. Did we get any questions from Slido is the first thing. And the second thing, does anybody have a comment or a question from the floor? I'm just checking in with you to make sure. This lovely lady is here until the very end of the event because she will come back at the end of tomorrow. So she is around if you want to just speak face to face. You need to give me a heads up if there's anything that's come on Slido. I don't know who's looking after that because I can't see. I'm assuming, normally I'm assuming it would have appeared if there is, but I don't know where the person curating it is. Oh, it's you. Ah, there. You're there, Ayman. Sorry, thank you. So, has the environmental cost benefit of the training of the foundational model for Earth science versus the insights and carbon reduction delivered been calculated? Oh.
Okay, let's start with the challenge.
Let's go in there.
Of facing some difficulties. It's not, I think that most of you can agree with me, it's not an easy question to answer. And I will not come up with a number. So, but I think that what I can say is that there is for sure a carbon footprint in running a digital platform. We are all aware of it, but we are aiming to make it very efficient because we are trying to collaborate all together in sharing our tools, models, and data on the same platform, and this will allow us to spare resources and to reduce the carbon footprint, and also running tools and models, application, what-if scenario in a space that's co-located with the data makes it very efficient, and so it should go in the right direction. But of course, the knowledge has the price and has its own impact on the carbon footprint, and we cannot say that it's not true.
Good answer. I have to be honest, I was going to lob that one in for the first panel, but I left it out. But good that somebody has asked it. Let's take this one. How do you envisage the role of the private sector with Edito? What are your expectations? Going both ways. I mean, there's always this issue of win-win. So what does that look like, that role of the private sector?
I think that the private sector can contribute. There was a discussion also during the yesterday workshop on the research infrastructure on how we can better involve the private sector for sharing the data that they are collecting. And I think that they can contribute. We need to find a way to motivate them and to make their life, let's say, maybe technically speaking, easy for enabling them to contribute and being part of it. And they can be part not only for sharing data that they own, but also we provide them tools that they can use. And this for them is a great benefit because without those, they will have a cost.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, this kind of also picks up and speaks to the intervention that we had on the first panel with the Commission. We talked about that global gateway. We talked about where the digital twin ocean fits into that diplomacy coming under digital. But can we make them accessible to wider continents beyond the EU? Specifically here, we're asking about Africa, but in general?
Specifically about Africa, as was explained before during the Opera project, there will be a development of the African digital twin ocean that will liaise on Edito, but will be co-designed with the African community so that will be able to fulfill their needs. And for sure, Edito, in principle, is accessible to every community. There is no geographical boundaries, just us as a community where we want, if we want to put boundaries. But technically speaking, Edito can be shared and used from a wide community.
Perhaps a last one, or a penultimate, if there's a last one, we'll take it. A good question. I could have asked it myself. It's good that it's been asked, of course. Is there some kind of quality control? How do you ensure it? Because that was the other, alongside harmonization, standardization, quality, quality, quality. They all know this in the room, is what came up yesterday. So how do you ensure that?
So I mentioned it briefly, and I said that this is one challenge, and it is, but we are ready to address it. And I will ask you to be patient, because there will be one of the presentations during this technical workshop that will provide more details on this. But as a matter of principle, we are working around having a stamping protocol, so that you can know if the information delivered by the DTO has been validated or not, and what could be the caution that you need to have in using it.
There's a point made yesterday which was, I thought, very useful from the gentleman from Covatec, based in Norway. He was talking about the importance, I think, for users also to understand how the data was collected, the process, because that can also contribute to the trust that you have in the data. And sometimes maybe that front end might be missing, but the importance of that was also brought up.
Yeah, here, so when we think about the data, automatically we need to think that we are talking about the data and all the metadata that are associated to the data. And if you are able to push for a strong harmonization and for a delivery of data with a good asset of metadata, this information will be automatically part of the data itself. So everyone will be able to retrieve this information and also to shape it according to their needs, because maybe there could be different needs, and we can be interested in different metadata.
Anything from the room before I close this part of this session? You're all good. You all have, you're a lot more willing to contribute via Slido, so that's great. Thank you very much. You're around, and I look forward to sharing the stage with you again tomorrow. All right. Yep. Warm thanks to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you have beautifully set the scene. We have a slightly longer session now again. You are welcome to ask questions via Slido at any point, because we have 4 speakers, and then we will take those at the end of the session. It's called Upcoming Community Building and Engagement Opportunities. So this is cascading grants, this is events, and this is so much more. So I'm going to get out of the way, otherwise I'm going to be blocking you, and move here. First, I would like to invite to stage our speaker from the Flanders Marine Institute. She's a marine project and data manager. Her name is Cyrielle Delven. So warm welcome to you. Maybe take a seat here, because you're the first to speak, so then you're nearest the lectern. We also, it's my great pleasure to invite to the stage Julia Prieto, who is lead manager for business and strategy at Seascape in Belgium. The head of operational engineering at Mercator Ocean International, Renaud Dusurgé. So a warm welcome to you. Thank you. And finally, last but not least, a developer and data engineer at the Flanders Marine Institute and Blue Cloud 2026 hackathon winner, Samuel Fuchs. So a warm welcome to you as well. And now, just because you're sitting on your bum so much, it's good to burn calories, you may applaud and generate some heat. All right. I'm not going to intervene too much. You have your presentations. What are you going to share with the crowd to kick things off? What are you talking about? Upcoming introduction of calls, is that correct?
Yes, exactly. Do you want me to stand over there?
Do you know what? You do how best works for you to present. Some people like this and some people feel that. You do what works for you.
And to change the slides?
Oh, to change the slides, you've got a clicker. You're so sweet. You said that silently as though nobody could hear. What do I do to change the slides? It's there. Thank you. Cyrielle, over to you.
Thank you. I'll be very quick.
No, don't be quick. Well, don't be fast.
I'll be very concise.
Don't be fast. Voila.
But first of all, I'm very honored to be here today, and I really want to thank you. So my presentation will build on Marina's.
Yes, wonderful.
I am
Thank
tall,
you.
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
for the sound people and for online.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
Look, he was getting stressed at the back there.
Yeah, I could see he was like jumping.
All right.
Right. But yes, this morning and tomorrow and this afternoon will keep talking about this beautiful tool that we're building together, but together is really the word here. This tool is nothing without you. We really need a strong editor community, and that's exactly why I'm here. I just want to share my point of view of how we can build a community. I see editor as an artistic pottery. Some art that, you can look at it from different angles, you can keep shaping it, you can really change it until it really fits our needs, until it fits your needs. And that's thanks to the grand calls that we're opening, that we can really invite you to put your fingerprints on this pottery, on this tool, on this infrastructure that we're building together. During the scope of the project, as Marina said, we'll open 3 grand calls. And the first one, I'll focus on the first one because it's opening very soon. It's opening in mid-January 2026, so just right after Christmas, to start the year in a very nice way. The grand call will be open for 2 months, but the projects that you'll propose, if you're interested in, will have to last for 10 months. And we'll mostly focus on existing or near final applications, models, or data that we want to test into the editor environment. So we really want to adapt, refine, and test the digital resources that we have in editor right now to strengthen the interoperability and the co-design and provide some open and usable technical components. So if you want to have more information, if you think you might be interested to apply to these grand calls, well, come and join us on the 29th of January, because we'll have an info session, a webinar, and you can already register through this QR code. So thank you so much. Please let me know if you have any questions through Slido, I think.
Questions through Slido? We can check in with the room, but I think it's already a good sign. There's a lot of people had their phones up doing that. Okay. Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, I was just going to introduce our amazing Julia, who's going to give you more information on where you can find us and at which events.
Perfect. So thank you. Over to you. It's the tiniest podium, and then it has mics on, so there's not a lot of space to put your kit there. So good thing you've got your phone.
Yes.
That works perfectly. So tell us more.
Good morning, everyone. It's also my pleasure to share this DigitalOcean Forum with you. So Cyril has already shared the exciting news about the upcoming calls, and we were really excited that the editor community is going to continue growing and expanding thanks to these calls, and I do hope that you've marked the 29th of January already in your calendars. But the calls are by no means the only opportunity ahead for you to continue building close links with Edito and with the European Digital Twin Ocean. So I'm here to convey that as part of our work plan, we're planning to open many different channels to make sure that we can have an open conversation with you, with the community throughout the year. And I will mention 3 channels, and there are 2 other important ones that will be announced tomorrow. But from my end, and for today, I would like you to know that, first of all, Edito is going to be participating to key events that we know that are high on the agenda of the marine knowledge community, to make sure, and you can see those events on that slide, and the idea is to make sure that we can continue using these events as an opportunity to provide you with updates on Edito developments, but also to make sure that you always find a direct line, that you can always find the team member that you can have a conversation with, share the progress of your work, better understand how Edito can service you, or just simply ask any questions that you might have on Edito. We are also planning to organize regular online webinars and information sessions, again, to provide you with further insights on relevant milestones, like the calls that are coming up, but also to provide you with guidance and with training so that you're always ready to make the most of the Edito platform and all of the capabilities that it offers. So the idea is that if you're using Edito to build your digital twins, or if you're getting ready to share your data, your models, your applications with the European Digital Twin Ocean, that you will be reassured that you will have the guidance to make progress with your work. And third, we are planning to bring the community together around special events, hackathons, innovation challenges, and again, the idea is to make sure that that will give you a hands-on experience on Edito, but also to help you connect with other peers that are also putting their best foot forward to contribute to the co-creation of the European Digital Twin Ocean. And I have to say that we're always amazed at the ingenuity, at the innovation that is triggered by these community events. And Renaud and Sam here are already going to be sharing some really cool results from recent hackathons, so I will say no more. But just to say, indeed, please stay put for some really great opportunities coming up to continue building the European Digital Twin Ocean together. And that's my 2 cents for today. I will just wrap up by saying that if you haven't subscribed to the Edito newsletter yet, I would advise to do so, because that's the fastest way to make sure that you get all the information that is on that slide that you probably can't read from your seats directly into your mailbox. That's all. Thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to exchanging with you throughout the DOF. Thanks.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. A reminder, questions, please say them till the very end. No, you sort of went, she's going to ask questions now. No, I'm not. Go on, Renaud, the floor is yours. Absolutely, the floor is yours. Because I think you're also you're introducing some other people as well, and you might be asking some people to the stage. So this is a nice moment.
For sure.
Okay.
Thanks.
Over to you.
Okay. Sorry. Let's move to, okay. So I only have a few minutes to introduce you with Edito Model Lab Hackathon. And, well, it was a sprint, and what a sprint. Everything started in the conference in Nice.
You can see it here.
Yes.
Yeah, then it helps you stay with the mic.
Perfect,
yeah.
Sorry.
No,
so we started our journey in Nice a few months ago, and we rapidly moved to a real capacity building exercise where, with all the Edito Model Lab partners, we gathered all the content that we generated over the past 3 years on the platform.
I give you the minutes. So,
perfect.
Just a little bit slower. Then actually, I can't keep up with, and I'm the English native. Go on,
great.
Go for it. Thank you.
So yes, we had so many content that really helped our users to step up on the platform. We had software and data deployed on the platform. We had example codes, recipes, and wiki pages to bring to them, and more than 20 hours of online recording for training them. And that eventually led them to get the grip on the platform rapidly and starting creating and contributing to the European DTO with their own ocean data and simulations. So this was eventually achieved in Toulouse with a 2-day sprint and eventual winners, as you can see here on the right side of the slide. We had 13 teams aligned, made of either ocean experts, but also profiles coming from really different horizons from the digital world, for instance. And, well, those pictures really renders well the atmosphere of the hackathon. We had hard hacking time behind our laptops, sometimes some craziness coming out of it. We had really strong emulation between the teams and continuous support from all our Model Lab experts. And I should say that all the teams achieved incredible performances. Yeah. So basically, one could say that in only a few days plus the training, they achieved something that sometimes took us a few months to set up, starting from scratch. So that's really a great experience.
Did they get to sleep even so?
Not a lot in the end.
No. So they came up with that faster than you, even on no sleep.
Yeah, that's a.
Yeah.
But
okay,
we bring them a lot of recipes, all the content that really help them, starting and getting the grip, modifying the things, and get to their own example and applications. So that was really a great experience. And yes, we had winners. The 3 of them, Patrick, Simona, and Eva. Maybe Simona and Eva, as you're here in the audience, maybe you can just raise your hands.
Do you want to come to the stage? We clapped. Come on, we have time for clapping.
So yeah.
Come onto stage. Come onto stage. Sit. Come stand this side, because you might want to say. I can give you a minute to say something about how happy you are. But Renaud, over to you. Come here, just so you can both be seen. Voila, voila. There you go, we're good. Okay, stand here. There.
And I should say that our grand winner, Patrick, could not make it here today for logistical issues. But he will be web meeting with us, and we will have a dedicated session at our booth at 1:20. So you might have a chat with him and other winners.
We got a video of him, haven't we?
Yes, we have a few video films from everyone here.
Maybe we just let them speak live and play his video?
We could.
Might be nice.
We could.
No, oh.
It really depends. It's up to you again.
Okay. All right. I have the signal there. Should we hear from Patrick first?
Well, from Patrick first is
okay.
For sure he will need to be on video. I hope the sound will come out.
Let's see. If not, there is the opportunity to meet him
I
live.
first learned about the Editor Model Lab Hackathon at the United Nations Oceans Conference. MedGuard is a decision support platform designed to address the Mediterranean overfishing crisis. We integrated everything into one system, providing real-time overfishing risk maps by combining fishing pressure with ecosystem health. Here's the Mediterranean with overfishing risks displayed spatially. Notice how you can toggle between analysis types, risk, habitat, quality, connectivity. We can filter by date to see temporal changes. For every layer, we provided stakeholder-specific analysis and insights. This tells users exactly what the data means for their decisions. We use Editor's cloud computing for processing large files, their data lake for Copernicus access, and we are exploring workflow managers for automated updates. The platform is built to integrate the Editor service ecosystem. Discovering the hackathon at the UN Ocean Conference and then collaborating with the Editor team, from learning the platform infrastructure to deploying the application, was an incredible experience that transformed this concept for Mediterranean fishing protection into a fully functional decision support system.
Nice.
So that was
Now,
our grand winner.
Do you want to play the video? Have a seat. I feel bad. I feel rude. Have a seat.
Great.
Have a seat.
So
I can stand.
Now let's move to this short clip from Simona, our
My
second
name
winner.
is Simona Caruso. I'm a PhD student at the University of Murcia in Spain. Following online the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, I found out about the Editor Model Lab Hackathon and asked to participate. I was developing a study about connectivity among European Macaronesian archipelagos, Azores, Madeira and Canary Islands, simulating dispersion of phytoplankton using OpenDrift. I tried to do it on my laptop, and after some days of computing, ending up with an error, I decided to try the computational power of the platform, so I managed to carry out my experiments. During the hackathon, with the help of the mentors, we decided to develop a process for final users to study connectivity in an area of interest, selecting coordinates, releasing points, and direction of simulation. It was the first time I took part in the hackathon, and it was a great experience. Lots of adrenaline, and with the help of my teammate there in presence in Toulouse, it was fundamental. Thanks again for providing such a wonderful learning opportunity.
Thank you. And you present so well. You present so. We lost the video there, just to say. You present so well. Just before we move on to you, what was your favourite bit? You said it was a brilliant experience. What was your favourite moment? I give you a microphone. What did you love the most?
Thank you. It was the adrenaline, I must say. It was the first time I was taking part into something that I was online. Plus, and my teammate was there. So it was a great experience. It was a great communication. So she was there, like, help me, and we were able to do a lot of things in a very short time. So it was very, very interesting.
Congratulations to you. You have the choice: video and or do you want to? We'll do the video, and then I'll ask you the same thing. Then we get to get behind the scenes.
So,
what happened? Sorry,
Eva.
Go for it. Eva.
Project Data Coordinator from the Marine Institute in Ireland, and our project was focused on identifying suitable areas for offshore renewable energy development using national and international data from OGC services. Although we are focused on the Irish context, we wanted to use Edito to develop and publish open source geoprocessing services and map services to allow users to access and follow our process to identify other offshore areas using their own data. In Edito, we connected to national and international servers to pull real-time socioeconomic data that could be processed in an instance of Jupyter Notebooks that we published as a service. The processed data was then stored in S3 and incorporated into an instance of Teria hosted on Edito to be visualized. Here's our Teria instance with national and international data incorporated, as well as eModNet human activity data used to identify areas of high vessel density. And you can see here a resulting suitable area identified from our geoprocessing service. We really enjoyed using the Edito platform to publish services and look forward to using it again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Here's a question. What do you think your main feeling or learning was after taking part in that hackathon than before? What did you go away with and share with great excitement amongst your friends and family? What was your learning or your sort of, what really resonated for you?
I suppose there was a lot of learnings. This is my second hackathon. But
Your second hackathon?
Yeah,
okay.
But I suppose it wasn't just me. It was team. Gerald Lyons is here as well. We've Owen and Diego. But we all, I suppose, put together different skill sets. You know, I started off kind of in the zoology sphere, and next thing you know, through kind of the help with mentors and everything else, you're learning about how to connect different data sources, how to publish that. So there was a lot of learnings, yeah.
And do you think, I mean, the last question before we finish, that would you be ambassadors, multipliers? Because what we spoke about at eModNet is the importance of visibility, and that requires not just the EU, not just member states, but all actors. Would you spread the word on this?
Yeah, I think everyone who's using data, I suppose eModNet as an example, has the capacity to be an ambassador. You know, you're trying to share your data, you're trying to increase its value because it shouldn't just sit somewhere, it should be reused. And yeah, that's definitely a big learning as well, as we were kind of following from the Marine Spatial Planning team, but it was great to use their data in a different way that kind of helps, I suppose, share what we're doing in a local context, but also show what people can do with their data for, you know, similar projects.
Okay, and same for you. Is it something that you would talk about, just the digital Edito or data sharing? Would you see yourself as somebody who could spread the word?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Absolutely, it's a wonderful tool and should be used by whoever is the ability of having a computer and being there in the platform. And yeah. Definitely.
I think those are the words. It's a wonderful tool. It should be used by the maximum. What else did you not get to say? Had you come to the end, or please, over to you?
Just join us at the Edito Model Lab booth so we can carry on these discussions and with our winners, and also having the opportunity to meet with Patrick, to chat with Patrick.
Fantastic. 1320.
Yeah.
You said. All right. So you are allowed to take a breather off stage, but can we give warm applause to these winners, please? Thank you so very much. Thank you for being with us. A picture speaks 1,000 words. The horror that when I said you can present live, I was like, that is not the thing to do. But anyway, I hope you had some behind-the-scenes insights into what was achieved. Now we're looking at another hackathon winner, Blue Cloud 2026. We have you here. So you want to go over there and tell us a little bit more about that. And don't forget, if you have questions on any of this, maybe even questions for the winners of the hackathon, we will take those from the room and also from Slido. Over to you, Samuel.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Fuchs, and I'm from the Flanders Marine Institute. And I'm here to talk to you today about a digital twin prototype that a team and I developed for the Blue Cloud Hackathon that we participated in.
And you have it there as well. It's working again.
That would be easier.
It works.
Yeah. So I'll talk a little bit about the build-up, or the reason that we wanted to work on this kind of twinning application is the need to develop tools and applications to help understand the biological components of marine ecosystems. In general, there's a larger presence of data and models for physical and chemical data, but the biological aspects tend to be less well understood and less modeled. And we wanted to make a tool where we could start to finally add to that landscape and the predictive capacity. So, of course, I would have to talk about the building blocks that I think helped facilitate us getting to a prototype in such a short period, in 3 days. And these are things that are available on the Edito platform that Edito offers to the community. So you have the cloud computing resources that we've heard about, how advantageous that is, access to a large data lake that's close to those cloud computing resources, but you have a secure and collaborative development space, which when you're collaborating across institutions, having access to that on the cloud is really valuable. And then you have the large service catalog. So you have a range of different applications and services that you can already choose from that are configurable depending on your needs. But because of the way that the Edito infrastructure is made, you can actually extend that service catalog and deploy your own applications and contribute to the platform. So this was the roadmap, or we could say the plan of attack that we had. That was to combine some input data layers from Blue Clouds, the Fisheries Atlas, and the Zooplankton EOV, combine that with animal tracking data from the European Tracking Network, and use it to train a model. We could then deploy that trained model on the Edito platform, and then that model could receive inputs from, for example, a front-facing web application and produce a prediction on the other side. So we will see if this video is going to work if I press play. Yes. The application you can see here. So you can see the tracks there. Those are the tracks of the individuals we used to train the model. This is all overlaid on top of the eModNet bathymetry there, so you can see depth in correlation to those tracks. And a user on the side menu there is able to select an individual and hit Run Predict. So it will add those inputs into that model that we deployed on Edito, and it brings those predictions, those green dots, onto the application. So this allows us to predict where species, even to the individual level, might go. And this is the kind of tool that we wanted to help bring forward to the planning and biodiversity protection frameworks. So, of course, it's a hackathon. You only have 3 days. You have to have some ambitions. So we would like to add more species. We'd want to integrate more human activities data into it. Refining the user interface and user experience would be good. And then, refining and training the model more. And I would like to thank our partners and anyone that supported us and us developing this project. Thanks.
Thank you. Super clear. Beautiful. And so obvious, probably it sounds a bit of a simplistically silly, obvious question. Who are you hoping mostly is going to use that information that comes out? It was so interesting to see the map there of the movements and just to sort of go, that's it. That's what it looks like. Who do you hope? Who is it for?
For myself, I think, but of course, in general, we say it would be for people that are having to make policies or make decisions in preserving biodiversity. It's a large umbrella, but I think about conservation. If you don't know where the animals are going, if you don't know where they are or how they're behaving when they're there, how can you make good decisions about new marine protected areas? Mm-hmm. It's like, for me, that's the most obvious one. But there are a plethora of use cases and potentials when you're looking at animal movement data. This is the biological component we need to better understand and better predict when we make decisions.
Absolutely, and also in light of rising temperatures, changes, storms, the works, everything that is your daily bread and butter, we cannot, it's so difficult to predict what will happen, and therefore the tracking is absolutely critical. Anything to add from any of you because you were so beautifully punctual in your delivery, did you not get to say something before we hear from the floor? Should we see if there's anything, either with a raised hand or anything came from Slido? If we can have a look on the screen here, just so we can avoid craning our necks behind, that would be wonderful. We will just wait for those to come because we have one more speaker before lunch. Thank you, Ayman. Cyrielle, you were curating before, now you're on the stage, so you're not curating here. So the hackathon, so which are we talking, because the hackathon you were talking about, let's just be clear. Yeah.
Okay. Is that working? Maybe not.
Hang on, it was.
It was? Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't. Well, it was pretty much open to everyone, but for sure, you know, the people who participated mostly have seen the advertising on the UNO conference, so they knew the software, they knew the problematics, and they were interested with the potential that the platform could support. But in any case, and it's the case of our grand winner, you know, he's not a Notion expert, he's a Notion enthusiast. And he came up there and bringing up his own skills and redeployed a really wonderful use case and application on the platform. So I would say it's more than reserved to ocean experts. It's really open to everyone who is concerned by our oceans.
So, but there's help within it, you said. There is accompaniment, hence, in answer to this question, you don't have to be the absolute geek, so to speak, software nerd.
Exactly.
Yeah, because there was one photo there of the hooded, you know, with the hood up inside the room. And I thought that's how everybody would perceive the typical brilliant kind of digi-geek, would they not? Anything else? The one thing I did want to ask was, what was the split? Maybe not in terms of age, but in terms of gender, or in terms of who was in the room. Was it fairly balanced?
It was. I would tend to say it was rather balanced. Yeah. You know, in the ocean science field, it's not only, you know, about these gender issues we used to have in the past in computing sciences. So it's more open, and the fact that the platform is open to everyone, I think it really helps to support, you know, having a good balance of genders coming to such an event, for sure. And we see that the winners, we had two girls and one guy.
Absolutely.
So that's great.
Did you want to add anything about sort of the hack? Or yes, please, Julia.
Yeah, maybe that definitely the next Editor Hackathon. I mean, one great thing about hackathons is that it's a fast way to get acquainted with new software. So by all means, even if you're not very familiar with the Editor platform, we will use the hackathon as an opportunity to make sure that you're acquainted with it and that you also learn to work with it. So that will be part of the experience.
Thank you. So exactly that. Let's take that next. What about data validation of the winning project? Did you use ground truth data to validate your model?
So what's great about a hackathon is you're part of a team, and I did not develop the model part, so I'm not exactly sure about what was used in the validation behind it. But I do know that it was using archival data to train the model, and that validation was integrated in it. But it's for sure a strong part of our next steps that we would want to take in developing that model further.
So lots of interest in when the next one is, what's coming. I mean, who would like to, can you answer this as to when that's coming? Because we're talking, you know, is there going to be a hackathon in the coming year?
So yeah, maybe for that I can confirm you the will. Still, I don't have the exact dates yet, and my colleagues from Edito 2 projects will be happy to answer you in more details for sure. But there will be for sure.
Okay, so it's coming. Keep an eye out. Okay, I love this next one. How far in the future can you predict, and to what degree of accuracy? That could just be some kind of existential sort of clairvoyant question for anybody in the room. But I guess it was for you. But if it's anyone in the room and you're... Go on.
Well, that's not the easiest one for sure, but okay, that's an open question we always have in our communities. We want to make the predictions as far as we could, but keeping them reliable. You know, it's so it's an ongoing work, I would say, and all the tools that are deployed have been also validated on the user side, and as Marina said, there will be also a validation process that could also give a stamp on the reliability of the use cases and models and applications that will be deployed on the platform. So we're working on it, basically.
Okay, let's just stop with these last three, just to keep to, because I want to leave space for our last speaker. Did any of you assess if results were meaningful for any decision maker or just infer they were? It feels like there's a bit of an edge to that question in the way it is, asked, but, where is the measurement? Where is the follow-up? Where is yeah.
Did anyone email me that they used my tool to help design a new marine protected area? Not as of yet. No, not with our prototype. I think that you of course have to, you're working with colleagues that are in the industry, that are in that space, and the use case is one that, yeah, you imagine, but it's based on a real need that you see. And so, yeah, maybe it's not used right now. Maybe we'll never get the email that someone used it to make their decision, but it's almost certainly going to be used if you and your community can see it as a useful tool. So develop it and bring it to Edito.
But the idea is, of course, that what is in there is usable by those different profiles, and constant tweaking, because as we heard there from the first panel, not everybody, we were looking at local authorities, will have that specific skill. So this is all about training. That is a whole other level of thinking. So here we go. We talked about it. I raised it on the first panel. What is that intention? Technicians at municipalities, those in aquaculture farms, it isn't their specialist area. How can they use it? Where is what's going on to help that, progress that?
I believe it's really about, we've been talking about deploying scientific and really technical applications on the platform that really needs a lot of skills on coding, modeling, etc. But here for them, it's really bridging the gap to the end users. So for sure, we won't have, people in municipalities coding anything, but bringing them to us to really ensure that the design of the applications really will be fulfilling their needs. And that's really where we should focus. So yes, for sure. And all the applications we've seen before, as demonstrated by Fabrice, it's things that can be already, it's a good example of what can already be used as an interface to such decision makers or municipalities.
Okay. So it is a work in progress. There is work to be done, but that is the intention. Last question before I close. Is it possible, as all this individual forecasting, some kind of sort of global, holistic picture?
I may. It's up to you, maybe you want to illustrate.
I think that's the idea, right? I think that's the idea that's been talked about, is that right now that we're developing these digital twin applications in our spaces, in our spheres, but the idea is that they will be able to interface with each other, and there's that interoperability word again, I think, but that's what we're striving for, right? So is it possible? Absolutely. That's where we're going to.
Thank you. Is it okay, or you?
Yeah, well, just to emphasize that it's really the process of making up digital twins, basically. Looking the whole picture and so working with the parameters of the modeling.
Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody. I will bring this to a close. Of course, as I said, if there are any more questions, the intention is to group those that were not answered and to put that information into the summary report. So before I can get the last speaker on stage, I need to release you, but could we give warm thanks to these 4 speakers, please? Thank you. And well done. You are allowed to take a well-earned breather back in the audience, and again, just a shout out to perhaps even our winner is online, who will be available live at 1:20, but congratulations also to all of the winners. I don't doubt it was a lot of work. So here you are, brilliant. How to Last hands-on demo, how to onboard, explore, create, contribute, correct?
Exactly.
A precursor to the breakouts. Your name is Jérôme Gasperi. He is product manager at Mercator Ocean International. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, just a question, how to change the slide?
Oh my God, but you're just so brilliant and you're kidding. Oh, you're not kidding. This one.
Okay.
No, can I just say something interesting? Yeah. Even though that's the biggest green button with an arrow saying go forward, everybody always wants to press that one.
Yeah, exactly. That's the UX flow, I think.
Okay. How long do you need, just so they know?
No, I will be very quick because everybody wants to go
Well,
to
don't
lunch.
be quick.
So,
don't be quick.
No, it's okay,
it's good. They had a break and then they've got a long break.
10
so
minutes also.
10 minutes, fantastic. The floor is yours. Thank you.
So after the nice demos this morning with Fabrice and Alain showing the nice picture, I will show behind the scene. It's always a bit ugliest than what you see this morning, but it's where you start from your ideas and you bring to people. So it's important to show how to do that. So first of all, you need to onboard to the platform, to the Edito platform. So you need to onboard user. So we changed a bit the way to onboard on Edito, and now anybody can request an account. So you go to Edito, you click join, and then you're in, and you can go to the data lab. But first, to be sure that you are not here to do bad things on the platform, you need to ask for resources. So the first time you go, you can do nothing. You need to send us a form saying what you want to do on the platform, and if it looks nice and ocean related, we will also give you the resources. So once you are on the platform, the idea of Edito is really co-creation. So we bring data. We have the Copernicus Marine data. We have the EMONET data. But we want people to bring data, to bring services, to bring applications. So the first thing is to bring data to the platform. And so in Edito, you have a data lake. So basically, it's a data storage where you put data, and you have a catalog. A catalog where you reference this data. Sorry. So this catalog is conformed to Stack. I will go there later. And basically, the data are stored in S3 storage. It's like Amazon storage. It's object storage, really simple. And so you have API to search your data, to retrieve the data, to publish, and so on. So the data storage. So first, it's super easy. When you have logged on the data lab, you just have you have in your home page, and you have your project. And under your project or your own project, your own space, you can go to the File Explorer and just drag and drop data on your bucket. And that's super simple, and you just click a button to make it visible or not to people. If you are a lover of command line, you have a way, very easy, in one line, you can copy your data or your directory and upload it on Edito. Super simple. And in fact, it was too simple. So we found it was too simple, so we want to complexified it. Because the problem is that when you store data, it doesn't mean that you will find your data, because your data is on the storage. And the problem is that you cannot find it. To find it, you need to make it available and in the catalog, which means that you need to push its metadata to the Edito catalog following the standard. And this sentence looks awful. I think it looks bad. By chance, we are working on Edito 2 to a mechanism to make it completely automatic. And so you just have to put your data, and automatically you will have this stack metadata be inferred from the content of your NetCDF of your ZAR. Because the idea is that as a producer, you know how to bring data. Your data has already all information, time, space, and variable. And why do you want to have to do this stack stuff? So our job is to ease the data onboarding and to make this. The problem is that we are working on that, but it's not yet available. But in the meantime, you can use a tool called Stackify that was developed by John Naval. It's absolutely great tool, developed in the frame of the Edito Model Lab project. And there is a little video to how to onboard the data. So basically, using this tool, you just have to choose the type of data you want to put, in which collection. You type the catalog in which you want to have it. And then you go to your S3 bucket and you point to your data you just put in. And then automatically the system if it's a NetCDF or a ZAR, it will automatically find the metadata, bring the stack, and you just have to push and publish it. And after that, immediately you go to the catalog and you can see your data. And you see that it is also linked to the Jupyter Notebook. You can just click on a button to open it on the Jupyter. So this is an easy way and the current way to bring your data to Edito and make it findable. Next, we have the onboard processes and application. So process and application. So a process, it's a model, for instance, a process is something that takes input, that runs, then stop, and that gives output. A service or an application is something you launch and you have it in a URL and you can go to this application. What if application you saw this morning are applications that are always there. And if you run a model like a GLONET AI model, for instance, you launch it and when it's done, you have the result and it's over. The process can be connected to HPC or to the complete cluster of Edito. And you can bring your own process or your own application. The same way right now, and you will see this afternoon, people and users that bring a process and application to the platform, they had to do probably a bit of computing science, doing YAML configuration and so on, pull them. But now we simplify the system and we want to go to a one-click deployment. Exactly like in the data onboarding, we want to have a simple way to onboard process and application. And so basically we have made a prototype about that, and in the frame of Edito 2 we will work on that, so it's completely super simple, and basically you have to click and put two information to deploy your data and your process. So this is an example on onboarding a process. So again, you have you choose add your process, which is a process on Edito, and you explain, you point to your GitHub repository, for instance. You point to where your code is. You can define some variable as input, and you launch, and it will automatically create the image of your process. Here, it's for instance, it's a Marine Toolbox as a service to extract data from the Copenhagen Marine, and then you can just launch your process. And you see that you have your variable, and you can put the value and launch the input, and at the end you have the data that is available on the S3 bucket. So this is currently how it works in the prototype form, but of course we will ease and simplify the UX, so it's completely super understandable for user to make it. And onboarding application, it's a bit the same. You have a free way to onboard your application. Either you have a Docker file, so a container, and you point to a Docker file with the Add Your service. But you can also only point to a HTML file, for instance, and you will automatically, you bring a web page, and you just point to this HTML file on your Git, and it will be deployed automatically. And so far we have some onboarded project and upcoming project on Edito. We have something like 900 users that already ask for resource and have account on Edito and doing things. And you can see with Fabrice all the applications that we have developed. And again, the message, and you will see this, I think, this afternoon and tomorrow in the breakout session with the testimony. The idea is to really ease your work, because you are here, you know how to process data, you know how to do good science, and we want you to continue to do that and not to have to bother with how do I put it available. The idea is that we want to simplify the process, so you are really concentrated on your work, and we're concentrated on make this work available to everybody. And thank you for the listening.
After they have taken part in the breakouts, will they be as swift as in the video, do you think? Will they be so swift?
I think so.
Yeah? Yeah. I think in the breakouts, they will have more time and pace.
Exactly,
the onboarding is really split between the data, the model, and the app, correct?
Exactly,
and we've got a little bit information on that before we come to the breakouts. Any questions from the room or from Slido? I just have a quick check, first of all. You do, or maybe you do? Please, not too fast. Let us understand who you are. Thank you.
I'm Bruno Bongiorno Nardelli, Italian National Research Council. I would like to know...
I didn't hear that, sorry.
I just said my name. I'm Bruno Buongiorno Nardelli from the Italian National Research Council.
Thank you.
I have a question that maybe I didn't get it fully from Marina's talk, if it will be discussed afterwards, but thinking about the Copernicus Marine data, these data go through a qualification process. So the data that are made available to the users, they are validated in a very consistent way, I would say. There's a long process to have products on board Copernicus Marine Service. In Edito platforms, it seems that any user can upload data. So I was wondering whether there's some kind of, I don't know, a flag or something that tells to the users how reliable are the data that are provided by the users. Because of course, if this becomes a platform used by many people, there will be many data.
Yeah.
And navigating through these might not be so easy. So
Okay.
the second part of the question is, how do you handle the exploratory tools for the users to find what they're searching for?
Thank you very much. Take your time, just a
Yeah,
little
I will
slower
take
than
my
you
time.
spoke. Yeah.
That's a very good question. So the idea is to bring data to the platform, because the more data you have, the better for the user to bring data. But you need to have quality data, because if you put crap data, it's not good. As Marina explained, we are putting in place a quality control check, meaning that when you bring data to the platform,
Yeah. Come this side. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Just a bit louder.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you bring data to the platform, basically a bit loud. Your data, basically by default is private to you, and you can make it public. But when it's public, it's just not quality controlled. If you want to be quality controlled, you will put a ticket and you ask, okay, this data I think is for interest and I want to be reviewed by PAIR. And so at the end, it has a stamp which is quality controlled by Edito. You have the Edito flag. And on the UX, every data that is stamped Edito approved in a way will be put first, and the other data will go after, and it will be really easy to see which data are quality controlled and which are not. It's a bit like in X or whatever, when you have an approved account and an account that is not a real account. It's more or less the same.
Thank you. Okay, that's the second time Elon Musk has come up in 2 days, but you weren't here yesterday, so you probably don't know why. No, don't be sorry.
Blue sky.
We will just take these and we will break for lunch. So, whichever order. Can anyone publish a service on Edito Data Lab, or are there specific requirements?
Yeah, no, anyone that has resources can publish service on Edito. So if you ask for resources and your ask is relevant, you have resources, so you can publish. And you just have to follow some guidelines. As I explained, you need to be containerized, so you need to have a Docker file, stuff like that. But it's pretty loose requirement, technically. But there is, the main requirement is that you produce something for the ocean. I mean, that makes sense for the platform,
Sorry,
of course.
that was, yeah, I mean, one would hope. The main requirement is you produce something about the ocean, as opposed to Belgian pralines or...
No, but I mean, you could mine Bitcoin if you
okay,
that's fine.
okay. Okay. Can you upload your own data on Edito? Maybe there is... I wonder if how many of these are coming in from the room, or can you put your hand up if this is coming from the room? It is coming from online. All right. Let's park that there, but I want to just say to all these good people, with these questions, they can be answered in the summary report. Again, can they not? And they can speak with you. So just perhaps some telegraphic answers for more amplified answers in the report or in an exchange. So here we go. Can you upload your own data?
Yeah. So this is a good question. The intellectual property of what you put in Edito, it belongs to you, for sure. So you can put the license you want. it will be explicitly shown in the application. But of course, you need to if you develop a UX and you have an application, you need to put somewhere. Yeah, this is my license and so on. But at the end, what you put on the application is your property.
Okay, and then I couldn't even answer you a follow-up to this. Can we use the Edito environment to run operational processing chains to operate daily systems?
So right now, Edito is not an operational service in the sense that we have an SLA that is not aligned if you want to operate daily. But we are in the process to merge development to put Edito in a way later in an operational way. Because basically, operationality is about the platform, the infrastructure itself, that can be super operational. But you have also the layer, and we made our best, so the layer of software is not flagged operational, but we want it to be, I would say, practically operational. But the answer right now is no, you cannot have an operational stamp right now, even if it's practically operational, I would say.
Okay.
Theoretically, no.
No, that's absolutely fine. Clearly, everybody online is far more clever than those in the room because all of those questions have come in from online. So thank you so much for whoever put those in. Again, just to say, hopefully, if we can curate those, can we not lose them? Then at least we can give broader answers. And if you need to give broader answers, you can contribute to the summary report. Are we happy to leave that? Do you need to say anything more about the intellectual property license? I heard the word license.
No,
but
it's okay.
I cannot tell if it was in answer to that question. I'm very sorry.
I did not answer to the...
No, you did say license, but I don't know if you answered that question specifically.
No, yeah, I answered the second one.
Yeah,
after.
but you didn't answer the one in blue.
Yeah, it was the first I answered
Oh,
the
you
first
did? I'm
place.
sorry.
Yeah.
This is...
You're not listening to me.
Oh my God, this is a comedy show, and it is only a comedy show because I'm a bit thick. Listen, any decision makers here today using Edito?
As Samuel said, nobody sent me a message to... I don't know.
Okay, we will leave it there. We will keep these, Python, Java, all of that will be answered, I promise you, because I feel that I ought to release you all. I don't want to eat into your eating time. So, first of all, stay with me and be warmly clapped. Jérôme, that's the first thing. Thank you. Secondly, the exhibition's there. You can go and meet Fabrice. Prompt start, if we may, at 2 o'clock. We will round you up. That didn't sound very good. We will gently herd you in here. Those of you here, 2 o'clock for those of you online. We will get quite swiftly to the use cases, so we are evolving and going more granular. But before that, enjoy. Maybe pop outside, get a bit of air. That always helps as well. All right, see you then. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you online. Thank you. Works? Fantastic. Can I ask you all to take a seat, please? If anybody wants to volunteer to see who's straggling, you are most welcome. Because it's nice, if we can fill out any of these gaps, it's great. I'm not forcing you, it's just nicer for speakers, but I think I'm bossy enough, so there are some gaps here if you should wish to fill them. All right, I shall begin and we shall let everybody else come in. Did you eat well? Raise your hands if you enjoyed your lunch. Raise your hands if you partook of the rice tart and the coconut panna cotta. Well done. I applaud you. Listen, let's be perfectly honest, this is one of the pleasures of events, right? You eat things you wouldn't normally pick and you're like, oh, very nice. All right, so please check, should for any reason your phones have come off silent, that they are on silent. Very warm welcome back to everybody here in the room. A warm welcome back to those of you online to this 4th edition of the Digital Ocean Forum and the start of the afternoon session. And this focuses on use case testimonies. That will come. Our first 2 speakers are going to share with you how Copernicus Marine and EMODnet services are harnessing the European Digital Twin Ocean platform. As before, may I be clear, questions with a raised hand, but also, which seems to be more successful, via Slido. So please, we're also very happy to hear from you who are joining us online. So kindly take a seat. Let me invite together our 2 speakers. So our first speaker for EMODnet is Conor Delaney. He comes from Seascape, Belgium, where he is lead manager for data science. And our second for Copernicus Marine is Pierre-Yves Le Traillon, who is from Mercator Ocean International, where he is scientific director. So please do come and join me. Warm round of applause. Probably come here. Here, but well, I tell you what, Conor, why am I making you sit down? You may go directly there. May I invite you into the living room? There you go. Conor has a bug, so if he suddenly speaks in a falsetto, it's because he's ill. And the second thing is we will save all of your questions once both gentlemen have presented, and then we will look at them. Thank you very much. Floor is yours.
Okay, so the green button, I presume, is the one I'm...
The huge green button. Yeah, not the...
Hi, everybody. First of all, I'd like to apologise to everybody who's used to me running around chatting to you all. I've been hiding out the back, sucking throat lozenges all day to try and save my voice for now. So I'm asked to give a sort of a use case on EMODnet and Edito and how EMODnet is involved in Edito. And in fact, what I've put up here is how EMODnet is leveraging Edito or leveraging the cloud. And what's keen to for people to understand here is that Copernicus Marine and EMODnet designed Edito. We looked to the future. We looked at what we needed in terms of data services going forward, and we came together to design the infrastructure that is Edito. So what I'm presenting here is sort of an insight into what helped us design that, so that you can see what's going on. I also have been asked a question from my colleague Alain Arnaud from Mercator. If he's here, he asked me how old am I in this picture. And the answer to this is, in this picture, which was taken in 2012, I was involved in an FP7 project with Arne at the back here, called Envirify, where we were looking at the role of the internet and future internet technologies on how to share environmental data and data from sensors. I was working at the Marine Institute in Ireland, and what we were particularly looking at was the how to do maritime situational awareness in a bay, in Galway Bay in particular. And what we were dealing with was how you could take data from open data sources and repurpose it to other needs. And at the time, I remember distinctly that my only 2 reliable sources of data were from the Marine Institute, who has always had a very forward-thinking policy when it comes to open data and using technologies for sharing data, and from our colleagues in America, NOAA, who have an open data policy. So back then, we were building technologies and building demonstrators using data that was either from a member state or from another nation. Now we have the eModNet Central Portal, which was launched in 2023, where you can do now what we were trying to do back then, which is connect to data coming from different data streams and incorporate them into your applications across 7 different thematics. So we have everything from the depth of the water column to the geology of the seabed to the locations of orca whales in the ocean to where the aquaculture farms are, all contained within eModNet, all available to users to download and integrate into their applications.
Do you want?
No, I'm okay, thanks.
Okay.
So this just to give you an insight there with this, we produced this graphic this year. It's quite crowded, and the reason why it's crowded is because we have so much data feeds. What we're trying to do is provide a comprehensive feed of in situ observations in the coastal waters around Europe. And we are built on technologies which I regard as quite, I wouldn't say old-fashioned, but quite mature, in that we're built in terms of geospatial data infrastructure, and we're also built on the benefits of things like the Open Data Directive. So for anybody who's a user, a front-end user, and they come to use eModNet, they go straight into a map viewer like this, and they can download data. You can't see which sensor that is. That's a sensor in the Mediterranean. If you were actually zooming in there, you'll see a cross around the sensor in the Mediterranean. That's the data from that sensor in the Mediterranean, probably near real time when the picture was taken. This looks amazing from a digital point of view, a technical point of view, but the reality, of course, is that the data that we provide, the data services that we provide, the data products that we provide are built by a large network of subject matter experts. We have over 130 partners in 20 EU member states. And you can see the map there on the right, and I'm doing this intentionally to show you this map on the right and many of the people here who are involved in creating the data products, because our infrastructure is also distributed across Europe. And this is the point I'm getting to with Edito. We are built on this federated geospatial data infrastructure so that, for example, the eModNet Physics is based in Italy. Bathymetry, I think you're in the Netherlands, I'm not quite sure. Seabed habitats, I think they're in Ireland or Finland. So we have this data that's shared, data infrastructure shared around Europe. So as a user, when you come to eModNet, you are looking for data through our platform, and then you're bringing the data to you to then process on your laptop to do your analysis, to do whatever it is. And this is quite a traditional way of dealing with data and thinking about data and thinking about analysis. And we have to provide a comprehensive set of APIs and web services to allow people to do this. We make sure that they're very consistent and reliable, so that people can build applications and access the data and do the work that they needed to do. But for the digital twin of the ocean, in the conversations we had with Copernicus Marine, is that we need to think differently about how we improve speed of application of development and improve the speed of analysis. And the modern thinking on this is that you bring your code to the data. Not bring the data to you, bring the code to the data. And this is what Edito is all about. So for us in eModNet, we have copied the main products from the eModNet catalog into the Edito data lake. We're currently working in Edito phase 2 to make this synchronization automatic. We've also got some of the formats of some of our data from eModNet in the Edito data lake are in what's cloud optimized formats. What we're doing there is leveraging the latest thinking about how to access data on the cloud in as fastest way as possible. For us in eModNet, in the definition of big data, we have only a handful of what we would call big data. Bathymetry is one of them. So for bathymetry, we have converted the bathymetry data products into a ZAR format, which is on Edito, which means it's very fast for people to access to it. And what we're really excited for me is looking what we can do with physics and biology. We're hoping to be able to convert those into formats called GeoParquet. That's going to make things very fast for people using Edito to access this data. So this is a complementary service to our existing service on the platform. And I mentioned this here because I'm going back in circles back to the Marine Institute, because this year I was a judge at the hackathon, and I don't know if Eve is here. There you go. And I got to see what some of the younger, sorry for being patronizing here, Eva, but what some of the younger data scientists coming through the network are doing. And of course, what they're doing is going onto cloud platforms. They're accessing our APIs that are on the cloud, accessing the data that maybe that's stored on our data lake, firing up virtual machines to do what we would have done before on a desktop, on a GIS, that would require an awful lot of effort. They can now do it much quicker and in a disposable way. So I thought it was nice going full circle here to see that the Marine Institute have dived in and started using Edito and using EMODnet on Edito in a way that just the way we want it to be done, to try and do this, build these services that are more suitable to a modern age. So on top of that, and this is my final slide here, what we're really keen here with EMODnet is the digital transformation as a digital transformation story. We want all our EMODnet products and Copernicus Marine products sitting side by side on the Edito data lake. And this is what we're doing. We have more to add. We need to improve the catalog better, so that is good. We want to make it easier for people to combine the data from Copernicus Marine and EMODnet in order to do what-if scenarios, fast, rapid analysis, in a way that I would almost say is disposable. You don't want to put a huge amount of effort in when you're experimenting with an idea. And we want a level playing field, and this is important. At the last DTO, our colleague Matteo showed that with his really poor, slow laptop, he was able to log into Edito and do some high-performance computing, and then able to do stuff that was create a level playing field for him. He didn't have the most powerful, expensive hardware in the world in order to access high-speed processing and do work. And this is very important on a European scale. And also, what most important to me, and the thing I'm really passionate about, is I want us to have and develop a sustainable marine data science community, because this is the future for us all, both in Copernicus Marine and EMODnet and the whole marine science data research community. And that when we have a common set of infrastructures and standards that we can work to, allow us to do things quicker and more robustly and with less effort, I think that's the way forward. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Come, take a seat. Thank you. Your water is ready. One of the things I would add, and then I will give the floor to you, Pierre-Yves, is what was interesting for me to hear with EMODnet was the collaboration across the different thematics. So there was some good examples of where geology crossed with bathymetry. There was a lot of conversation there to really, really valorize the data and fill the gaps and improve the quality of the data. Thank you very much. So now we're going to hear from Copernicus Marine. So let me give you the floor. I'm not going to ask anybody else to speak slowly. I
will do my best. It might be a bit challenging for me. Okay, so I'm very pleased to be here this afternoon to give you an overview of Copernicus Marine on how we are harnessing the European Digital Twin Ocean. Just to remind you what is Copernicus Marine Service, I think most of you are aware of this service. It is an operational service, so Copernicus Marine has been operational since 2014. It's built with a large network of highly skilled production centers in Europe for observation, for modeling, but also linking with the research community and the user community through what we organize through a national collaboration program. So we are a user and policy-driven service. We support all sectors of the blue economy, large user uptake, which is increasing every year, so more than 110,000 subscribers, a lot of visitors on the website. So what we do is we take observation from in situ, from satellite, in particular satellite from the Copernicus program with the Sentinel, together with model to describe the what we call the blue, the white, and the green ocean, through models, through data simulation, and then we describe the past, the real time, and the short-term forecast of the ocean. So this in addition to this regular monitoring of the ocean state and forecasting, everywhere we produce an ocean state report, which is really making the link between the information that we provide on the policy needs and with also a high-level summary for policymakers. So when we designed the plan for the phase of Copernicus 2, what we call Copernicus Marine 2, that was 21 to 28, so we designed a plan which is aligned with the EU Green Deal on digital strategies. We developed an implementation plan which is based on user, on policy needs, but also on advance in observation on science and technology. So the first objective was continuity and service with incremental evolution. So every year we have several evolutions of the Copernicus Marine portfolio. Also preparing the implementation of the next generation ocean and sea ice monitoring services with new services for coastal and marine biology. I want here to focus something that we agree on at the very beginning, so more than 6 years ago, with a clear objective to embrace the new capabilities of digital services in synergy with the EU Digital Twin Ocean. And the main message here that there is a clear strategy to really have something which is totally aligned with the EU Digital Twin Ocean. So today, the Copernicus Marine, brings a lot of products to the Digital Twin Ocean. So the Copernicus Marine catalog is almost 300 different products, so including indicators based on observation and modeling, global, regional, physics, biogeochemistry, and sea ice. And all products are, of course, documented with clear information on the product quality, which is a key characteristic of the service that we provide to our user. So in terms of working with the EUDTO, so I mentioned that from the start there was a clear objective to have this integration with the EU DTO. One of major steps that was successfully developed as part of Copernicus Marine was to develop the new Copernicus Marine Data Store. It has been operational since almost 2 years, which was really preparing all the, making sure that all the data are readily available on the cloud, in cloud optimized format. And this was really essential to link directly to the EU DTO. So that's really a key element for this integration with the DTO, and this allows an easy integration of Copernicus Marine in the Digital Twin Ocean. We also are working on together with Emonet on the in-situ data. So Emonet is in the main in-situ provider for the EU DTO. So we have activity related to in-situ data gathering as well in Copernicus Marine, because those data feed our models, but we are working together very closely with Emonet to optimize data flows, coordination, and synergy. And this is very key asset also for the EU DTO. We also work on defining requirements for the observing system. This is also an important challenge for the future as part of the Ocean Observing Initiative. So this is a summary of the different activities that we have in Copernicus Marine. What the EU DTO provides, is really a new paradigm that that was explained very well this morning and during the different sessions, where today in Copernicus Marine, what we do is a production modeling, which is operational monitoring and forecasting. What the DTO will have is on-demand processing, what-if scenario, plugging applications. It's really a whole set of new services. The same for data access with evolution and for service and application. So we have a clear view of what the Copernicus Marine provides and what the DTO will add, which will be really something, again, just mentioned a new paradigm for user and application. We also have specific activities with production centers that we have in Copernicus Marine. They have their whole facility to develop their products and then to make them available through the Copernicus Marine Data Store. But we want them to do more. We want them to contribute to exploit the potential of the EDITO platform. So we have a specific contract with them where we expect that in the coming 2 years they will start developing and test process of their production on the platform. This can be for pre-processing, for core production, post-processing, improved tailored products and product quality. And this will be, again, very instrumental to making sure that we have the convergence and optimizing all the effort at European level. So in conclusion, for this. So Copernicus Marine is one of the major contributors to Edito, so together with Emonet. So it brings in all this observation and modeling product. It's also bringing all the modeling tool, because that's already a key asset for the scenario to be developed in Edito. So Edito on the European Digital Twin Ocean will increase Copernicus Marine offer and add many new services, so on-demand, what-if scenario applications. The long-term strategy for Copernicus Marine, which was designed a long time ago, is really to move towards a fully integrated platform on service between Copernicus Marine and the UDTO, with integration of data access, viewer, and word processing services. And we have ongoing Copernicus Marine action to make sure that we go towards this direction. First, the new cloud-based marine data store that has been operational for 2 years, but also developing central tools on Edito, for instance, for product quality, and the use of the platform by the Copernicus Marine Production Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Come take a seat. I'm glad we didn't have interpreters. Sometimes I do events with interpreters for every language of the EU, and they would have needed a triple gin and tonic by the end, but no, thank you. Just to say, as we know, the slides are available, correct? So you are available for follow-up, and the slides are available for follow-up. So I cannot extend that message enough. These lovely gentlemen cannot possibly put everything they could say in their presentation. So don't be shy, and yes, you can get your hands on the slides. One thing I did note, which was a nice phrase there, you said that it will offer continuity of service and incremental evolution. So there is that assurance that will be seamless, that will be advanced, and that is the kind of the approach. Anything else you would want to add on that?
Working? Yeah, okay. Well, for Copernicus Marine, we are dealing with an operational service. So continuity is a minimum requirements, but continuity also means that if we want to make sure that the service evolves to remain state-of-the-art. That's really, we need to have, and we have, by the way, with Copernicus, a state-of-the-art worldwide service, which is recognized internationally. But this is because we ensure continuity, but also regular evolution. And the fact that we are bringing Copernicus Marine together with Emonet in the European Digital Twin Ocean will add new capabilities and but it will be based on these operational services. So, so this is operation line, and then, of course, adding new capabilities, on-demand processing, user able to work directly on the data on the cloud. It's really a totally an evolution, but relying on these operational assets that are Emonet and Copernicus Marine.
And a very, very different question to you before I turn to see if there's anything from Slido. So there's such increasing, I don't know if you were here yesterday and the day before, but for me, marine spatial planning blows my mind because there is so much demand on our oceans and seas, so much demand. And at the same time, we are seeing more and more environmental fallout, impacts of the environmental pressures. This needs time to evolve. It has to evolve in line with those. It's a challenging demand, to evolve a service in line with the speed of the changes that the service is there to mitigate. Do you see what I'm saying? Is that a crap question? It's a challenge, isn't it? Because things are changing fast, and the service, the data has to be up to speed.
Well, that's really our raison d'etre in Emodnet. Yeah. So we have the maritime spatial plans for every country except there's two, and you guys know you're in the audience. I know who you are. And they've been promised. So they will be coming online shortly.
Did they make you a promise in this room?
They made a promise a year ago, and they were beaten by Italy. Italy got there first.
Yes, it did. We heard that. In the conference.
So that's very important because that's what Emodnet does. We look after those contextual information. Yeah. And it's extremely important that information then comes into Edito to allow people to build on top of the context, through experimental design or through combining our contextual information with the forecast information from Copernicus Marine. So it is a big challenge because we're an operational service, and also in EMODnet we are very focused on what is our assets, and our assets are the products that we make, not the technology that we use to publish it. It's the products that we make, and everything we do in terms of the technology with the EMODnet and with the Edito is to make sure that those products have a bigger reach as possible to help people get stuff done.
And also, as we reiterated many times yesterday, that the stories of where the data ends up, what is that use case and how can you visualize it for policymakers and the wider community. So data discovery is still a big challenge, both systems. Is there a roadmap for data federation to expose machine or human readable metadata catalogues? I read that in such a way that I sound like I understand it so well, and yet I do not. I'm very sorry.
So EMODnet is a federation of data servers.
Oh, that I know, sorry, yes. Yes. So is there a roadmap, or do you...
Well, we're already a federation of data servers, so that's it. I mean, that's how we work. And we have a metadata catalog, so we expose machine or human readable APIs. So we continue to build on that, and we'll be doing that in Edito too.
Maybe to add, I mean,
just hold it here, please.
Yeah, one of the very reasons why we have an EU Digital Twin Ocean is also to bring together EMODnet and Copernicus Marine, and this also will facilitate data discovery because they will not go to either EMODnet or Copernicus Marine. So that's really a way to answer this. But this, of course, we have a roadmap for.
Anything else with a raised hand in the room, or anything else that has come in via Slido? Yes. We have a raised hand. I feel like I ought to give you a glass of champagne just for raising your hand in the room, because I'm constantly calling. Hang on, we now don't have a microphone to give you to ask your question. Oh, I have one here. The sound man has arrived.
Thank you. My name is Bente Liabi, and I'm a champagne lover.
You are a?
Champagne lover.
Oh, okay. Very good.
From Norway, and involved in the ILIA Digital Twins of the Ocean Project. And I know, of course, CMEMS very well. It's an operational service, and EMODnet as well. How do you plan to transfer that operational service to Edito? That's not given. I mean, there's challenges in providing operational services, which is necessary for people to actually be able to use it, like in decision making.
Well, I will answer for Copernicus Marine very simply. I mean, Copernicus Marine is an operational system. Will continue to be an operational system. Will evolve with new capabilities and so on. And we'll make sure that all this operational production is accessible from the EU DTO. On the EDTO, we'll add new functionalities, but the operational service, both from EMODnet and Copernicus Marine, will continue. That's, but will be more integrated. That's, it's really, I mean, adding new capacity. I try to explain what, and you have all the information this morning. You know, the DTO will add many new functionality in terms of services, in terms of on-demand processing, but you still continue to have an operational Copernicus Marine and an operational EMODnet. Of course, this is mandatory, I would say.
Yeah, so we, EMODnet is an operational service, so for us, the trick, the path we're looking at in Edito is to make sure that we have near real-time, at some stage, synchronization between our EMODnet catalog and the Edito catalog of EMODnet products. So we want to minimize the impact on our amazing team that produce the data products. So when they publish a data product on EMODnet, it will trigger. We want it to be able to automatically trigger an update going on into Edito. Now, we haven't got that done yet. That will happen over time. And then the operational services of the infrastructure.
Hold the mic.
Sorry, the operational service of the infrastructure, that's based on the cloud service in the background. So that's a technical side that has to be dealt with by the cloud team. So that's that one.
Last question, merely as always in the interest of time. How is citizen science data included in Edito in line with EMODnet and Copernicus, or maybe as a third pillar of data? And we did have dedicated sessions to that, how to harness it at the previous event. And the importance of it, actually, it came up, sorry, can I just say, particularly when you're looking IMODNet-wise at the coastal communities and in the complexity of that and the importance of how you might encourage citizen science, how you check for its quality, how you engage, how you give feedback. But
well, I risk of being controversial here because I always look at the simple answer, and usually it's a technical answer. And you know, a lot of the time with citizen science, maybe it's through photography or something. One of the big hurts is they need somewhere to store the observations that they've made.
Yeah, okay.
Somewhere for free, and Edito fits that role. But then, of course, on top of that has to be a lot of work in terms of quality built on top of that.
Yeah.
Well, we had a good discussion on citizen science during the IMODNet conference. I mean, this is very important. First, I mean, to interact with the user, with the people, I mean, the general community, and then to make sure that are interested in IMODNet on DTO, including, by the way, all the issue dealing with quality control, because if you want those data to feed our models, scenarios, or even Copernicus model, you need to ensure the data quality. So it's not only ingesting, so technically needs to be done, but adding the required quality control. But it's really essential also for making the link with the society as a whole, because this is a lot of people willing to contribute to this monitoring activity. Sorry.
It was interesting because I think it was when I was listening in Lucie Cocombeau, who was talking from Ifremer, who was saying participatory science, just to make that distinction that it's not just the citizens, the inhabitants, we're talking business, we're talking everybody across the board. So let's be clear, it's not just about me taking my 15-year-old for a beach clean-up and seeing what kinds of plastics are left behind. So it was a good point. I will close that there, if I may, because we have a couple more sessions before we break again. But you're around, you're available, slides will be shared, so this isn't the end of things. It is but the beginning. Can we give warm thanks to these two gentlemen? Thank you. Yeah, take your water. Here we go. Finally, I promised that we would be looking at use cases. That is exactly where use case testimonies, and that's exactly where we're going with our next session, from Horizon Europe projects that have already onboarded on the Edito platform. And we have 4 speakers for this. Each will present, and I will just remind you, I will try one last time, tell that story to the audience. You can't say everything, and please don't speak too fast, because even I'm struggling to keep up with you. So if it's possible, I promise that's the last time I'll say it. Coming to the stage to take a seat is Onboarding Data, the European Tracking Network. Can I please invite Stijn Vermaar, who is an IT project manager at Flanders Marine Institute. Onboarding a model, so please sit here, onboarding a model, Open Drift model Asseberg. We've got Laurent Bertineau, who is a senior researcher at NERSC. Hello to you. Onboarding an app, the Climate Coastal Risk app, so Coquelicot. You are going to introduce yourself, Mr. Expert Advisor, because I'm going to end up butchering your name, and I'm very sorry. I'm not talented. Anyway, this gentleman, specialist coastal resilience and morphology. That you are a specialist in coastal resilience and morphology at Delta Res, but please, your name? Yeah, would help to have a microphone.
I am Arjen Luijendijk.
Yeah, Arjen was okay. Luijendijk. Okay, thank you very much for that. And finally, to talk about linking to an external HPC infrastructure, it's the Virtual Ocean Lab, Mercator Ocean International. We have Stella Paronuzzi-Tico, who is Senior High Performance Computing Expert. Honestly, I do this to you. Seriously, at Mercator Ocean International. Okay, brilliant. Don't get cross with me. Don't race. I'd rather you left the non-essentials out and just delivered what needs to be delivered. But I invite you first. You have slides? You have slides. The clicker is there. It's the big green one with the arrow, not the small green one that looks more attractive to press but isn't correct. Voila.
I see what you mean.
You see what I mean, right? It's not a stupid, entirely stupid question that Jérôme asked, is it? No. There you go. All right.
Okay, so hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Stijn Vermaren. I work for the Flanders Marine Institute and I'm indeed a project manager at the IT division. I will try to keep it not too technical as well. I serve a community, the ETN, the European Tracking Network. It's a community of biologgers that track animals in the sea or in the ocean. The technique that that community uses, they have several techniques for biologging, but the one that I will describe today is the acoustic telemetry. So in acoustic telemetry, they put a tag inside a fish or on a fish that swims into the ocean, and it broadcasts an acoustic signal that can be detected by a receiver. Because GPS is not really an option to track any animals in the ocean, or definitely not fish, they use receivers that are set at a certain point. And these are called deployments. At the bottom left, you see some numbers, and those numbers represent the usage of our data portal. So the European Tracking Network has a data portal. It has over 600 users, and completely on the right you see 999, but what's missing is the million behind it. So we have 1 billion detections in our system, in around 3,000 deployments. So 3,000 of these receivers are at the ocean, and from these receivers we get 1 billion detections. Important, these detections come in from many manufacturers. The tags are manufactured by many of them. The receivers are produced by many of them. So the data comes in all sorts of standards, or not standards actually. One of our tasks is to upload all that data so it's usable for everyone. Hidden in my explanation is the reason why this community is so keen on having open data. The fact is that you don't own 3,000 receivers to deploy. You only have a couple of them, and you deploy them at the ocean. But your fish is being recorded by 3,000 of them, ideally. So when everyone shares their data, at least your data it's there. You can use it. You can use it in your science. So that's why open data in this regard is very important. So what have we done for Edito? A lot of this data is already available through our data platform, but making it available in Edito, we used all our open acoustic telemetry data. That means all the data that's not under embargo. Sadly, still people want to have the data under embargo for several reasons, and they have the right to do so. So that's why only our open data is available. We have exported it as Parquet and made it available on Edito through the stack catalog. One of the things here is that by not including the closed data, which is very much more difficult to do so, we hope that other scientists are moved to at least leave the embargo behind and open their data and make it available on Edito for the other benefits that Edito provides. I could not use a screenshot from Edito itself on the right of our stack catalog because it was not yet implemented when I made these slides. But now it is, thanks to Sam. Thank you very much. Going further. So this is a little bit an overview of what we have done, right? We have our data in a relational database, so we have to make it in a way that it can be exported from a Parquet, taking reasons of embargo into account, licensing, etc. So that's why we create a view that's exported to Parquet through Python, and then we host those files. For now, we host them on our own system, but I think it's a better thing to move to S3 at some point. Then we create a stack file. I'm very pleased to hear that they're working on a system to create stack files through a service provided, but we used the package PyStack, wrote it ourselves. But we extend our metadata. We have our own registry for datasets for institutes, researchers, but we combine that data also in our stack file, the license, the way to cite, the data that is being used, etc. So we made a lot of decisions. We try to make our work first. It's the first integration that we do with Edito, so we wanted to lower the complexity of the problem at hand. As you notice, there's always these nuances that make it more difficult. So what have we done? Only the open acoustic telemetry data. We hope that Edito provides so much benefits to the users, to the researchers, that they are moved to open up their data a little bit more, but there will also be integrations in the future of more closed-up data. Also, there's other data types. We have 1 billion detections in this one, but with other data techniques like archival data, this number will be a fond memory as when it was easy. So that will be growing, and it will be growing exponential, so we might need other techniques as well there. We still host the files themselves, I already said. We should move to something like S3. And then partitioning. So in this case, all our data is partitioned on Animal Project. It's a project. Why did we do it like that? One, it's convenient. It's how the researchers use it. They have requested it to be like this. So we serve a community. We do it like that. But also it becomes easier for citations to be mentioned and licensing, because all these animal projects have their own licensing and their own citation rights. So it becomes a little bit more clearer in the stack. So the conclusion I mentioned already, lower complexity to start. Then the benefits, why are we doing this? Findable. The data is already available. It's available through packages that we made, services that we provide. It's on a data platform, but it stays a little bit within the fish tracking community, people that know what it is. And in this case, it becomes a little bit more findable for people outside of that community as well. Accessible. We have had a lot of issues with that 1 billion detections. It's still in a relational database. We have some developments coming up to move it out of there and make it all faster. But making these exports in Parquet format, putting it on Edito, makes it resilient and faster to use. And then computational, maybe not that much in regard of the acoustic telemetry, but having the integration with HPC environments, etc., makes it, for some of this data, very, very useful. That it's fast, available, near the computing environment. So that's our final reason. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. Thanks. Just following up on a question that was asked and answered yesterday, the obvious one, you said encourage, other scientists to use the data, also to not embargo data. We heard reasons of being unwilling to share data yesterday in an industry context. They're political, they're technical, competition, other. What's the main obstacle you see? What's the main objection you see?
So, replying from us, I'm the technical guy in this one, so it's the things that I hear when I'm in a meeting where these things are discussed. It's mainly researchers that are afraid that their data might be used or published before they can do anything with it.
Okay.
Which comes from, I think it's a fear that is not always that reasonable. But
what would your answer be then? If you're saying if you want to encourage, what would the answer be?
My answer would be that
to them.
Definitely to this acoustic telemetry data community, where if everyone is open with their data, you have so much more to give and to win than what you have to lose.
You revalorize it, essentially. It's this reuse, this multi-use, and this increasing the pie, and yeah. Absolutely. Do we see, if anything hasn't come in, I can hold it, unless, no, we're good? Anything from the room specific to this particular project? Thank you very much. Beautiful presentation. Laurent, love the way you raised your eyebrows thinking, oh my God, is mine going to be as good? No, there you go. But it will be, because this man is James Bond. We spoke at lunchtime. He has many exploits in Venice. That is where I will leave it. So, onboarding a model, Open Drift model, Axiberg?
I say Axiberg.
Axiberg, so neither of the two, you say Axiberg. All right.
That's the way I call it, but only because I'm the project manager. Yes.
Okay, you're the expert. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Lovely to be here. So, yes, Axiberg, as you see by the logo, has something to do with bergs. icebergs, but not only, it's also about sea ice. And it's a connection project. It's at the interface between two beautiful services, the climate change service and the marine services. And we were asked to propose an evolution or develop new services that would be for the Arctic. So here you see some sea ice and some icebergs. That's products from the Copernicus Marine Services. And these are the two sort of topics that I will address here. And it's not only one service we put in Edito, it's actually two of them. So we have one software called IceCap that's been developed by the ECMWF, so the entrusted entity for the climate change services. And it's about validating sea ice forecast and ensembles of sea ice forecast, meaning that there's uncertainty included in the forecast. Second one, Openberg. So it's open software for iceberg drift trajectories, and that's to be called on demand. So Openberg can take one iceberg position and then turn it into a trajectory using all of the data that is available from Copernicus Marine Services, and it needs the currents, the waves for the erosion, for the wave motions, and the winds as well, which are not in Copernicus Marine Services. IceCap is...
You can be a little further back from the mic, then it won't pop. That's all right. It's not me who'll tell you off, it's the sound man, trust me.
Sorry for that. So to the left, you see that what IceCap can provide to you. You can select one region and different sea ice forecasts. So how fast will the ice freeze in the area in a given season? And you can see the errors increase with time, and the small lines are the different ensembles. So you see a bit of what possible outcomes you may have in different realizations of a future. And the implementation, so that's the last slide before I will ask for the technical people to put on a video. IceCap is pulling data from different services, and that's more complicated. You have to use two different credentials. You have to also download terabytes of data to select all the forecasts in the past for a given region. And that's very complex also because of the dependencies, because it builds upon a library on EasyFlow. So there's been two iterations between ECMWF and Mercator. I didn't have to put the hands in the dirt. I'm only managing things here. And I estimated, and that's not only the budget, I think that's my recollection of how many emails have been exchanged and how much time, 1 or 2 months of work. And I'm looking at Renaud to sort of have his approval. It's a correct estimate of the work time spent on this. Before, you actually have a little box in Edito. I found it this morning. It's there. I cannot tell you where it is, but it's there with IceCap, where you can actually get the Jupyter Notebook to run. For the icebergs, so the open drift, this was much smoother. There's several reasons for that. It was actually the developer, Knut Frode Dagestad from Met Norway, who I asked on 10th of January, can you please try it? We have a meeting coming up, it's urgent. And on 15th of January, I got an email saying, well, I put it on Wikio. I had to Google to find how to do it. But that being done, it was very quick. It took me 45 minutes, and and I could run it on Wikio. So the reason why this is simpler to test is because the software is already pre-designed in, in a very malleable way. It's containerized. It only downloads the smallest possible subset around the position that you're looking at, and so it's fast to test. And then later on, I don't know when that happened, but I guess Renaud again copied and pasted that from Wikio to Edito. And it was, demonstrated at UNOC how to forecast iceberg. Renaud again, yeah, as I see you here, you should be sitting in my place. He added a few goodies, like the interaction with the blue, the robot, and the selection of icebergs from the satellite map, where you can actually pick on icebergs. So that's, that's become much more, useful and much more friendly, user-friendly. And I would like actually the video from Renaud. Yes, that's the one.
About the OpenDrift Jupyter Notebook service on Edito Data Lab. You can find this notebook in the Data Lab service catalog. And then we can open this book service. Okay, now we have opened this service and we are going to load the demonstration notebook. Today we are going to see how to track and simulate Iceberg Juliet's fate. We'll start initializing the environment and learn a bit more about Juliet. So Juliet is an iceberg that has been tagged by our colleagues from the NERSC with a GPS. You can see here. And we can see slightly below some nice pictures of it. So now let's learn more about what happened to this iceberg around the 20th of October of this year. So we'll now open the Edito viewer to see the sea iceberg concentration from Sentinel-1 SAR data. And we see that we have quite high concentrations along the Greenland coast. And we are going to overlay the track from Juliet iceberg. We can see it follows this high concentration area along the Greenland coast. And around the 20th, it will be around there. So now, let's load the GPS data from Juliet and start initializing the model. Now we'll add forcing data to the simulation. So wave and current data from the Arctic MFC and winds from the global atmospheric model. Also, we are going to seed around 100 virtual particles representing each different characteristics of the Juliet iceberg. We are doing so because we have uncertainty in how tall above sea level and how deep below sea level the iceberg is, as well as its length and width. So we'll take this into account into the uncertainty of our simulations. So now let's see these vertical particles and start running the simulations. The model is being initialized and the simulations will start. And we'll soon see the different time steps. So the 48 time steps for 48 hours. Simulation has been done. And now we are going to display animation of the output trajectories. Trajectories animation is there. And we can see that from this starting point here, the virtual particles are following the coast within the main current vein and flows to the northwest, and with some being stranded. So now we'll save these outputs to a GeoJSON file and we'll compare these simulated tracks against the observations we had in the Edito viewer before. So let's go back to the Edito viewer and we'll import in the viewer. We'll download our data that has been just generated, and we'll load into the viewer the simulated trajectories. And we can see it aligns quite remarkably well against the trajectory of the GPS trajectory of Juliet, as well as the simulations are really within this small high concentration iceberg area we have along the western tip of Greenland. So thanks for listening, and I wish you a good meeting.
Yes, I think we still have a last concluding slide after that. Thanks, Renaud. You could recognize his lovely French accent.
We need to wind. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yes, what next? So we want to have, for the sea ice forecast, systematic evaluation. So that Renault has a deliverable on the 31st of December to deliver, remind you of that. So the ice cap will be part of the editor, will be tested and have a little how to use it. And then you can select an area, and that's showing the Siberian coast, where some people have made the wrong decisions in the past and have allowed people to navigate, and then they froze 24 ships. So that's a different story. For icebergs, we want also systematic forecasts of all identified icebergs, so we can plot some more detailed risk maps of where in the coming weeks you will be at risk of encountering icebergs. That's not available everywhere today. So today this is mostly, the ice patrol in the US that tells people you're safe here, you're not safe there, based on aerial surveys. But we could do, a bit more with the tools we have today. And that will need, to invoke the software in a very, in large scale, thousands of simulations. So that will be our next step, I believe, after the end of this project. Thanks.
Thank you so very much. Please take a seat. We will. Who on earth called it Juliette? I don't think the people on the Titanic would have gone, oh, look, we've been hit by Juliette. It sounds so tame and genteel. It's quite something. But I just thought, again, I listened to that and I think, my God, what information all of those early explorers of the polar regions, what they could have done with this. I mean, jesting aside, but quite astounding. Let's leave and see if we got questions at the end, because apart from this panel, we have another 2 speakers before the break, and I want to keep the energy in the room. So, Arjen, over to you. We're now looking at onboarding apps specifically, and your example is the Climate Coastal Risk app. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So we're leaving the Arctic behind us, and we go to the coastal region. That's more my habitat. And as sea levels are rising and storms are intensifying, evolving shorelines, those are not anymore far future projections. Actually, it's coming reality. And those pose, let's say, certain threats at our coasts, right? And we've estimated that in 2050, already 1.7 million Europeans will be exposed to coastal hazards. It's only 20 years away. The adaptation, however, those efforts are very fragmented. So, let's say the question is not anymore if we need action, but the question is how quickly can we accelerate effective solutions and strategies to protect ourselves. I just took a few lines of the recent policy brief on coastal risks, because we're now leaving the ocean a bit behind and we go to the land. But the ocean poses threats to the land. Already mentioned, I'm Arjen Luijendijk, working at Deltares, studying coastal resilience. And I'm here on behalf of a very large group that collaborated within Coquelicot, 19 partners across Europe. And we just finished our project, 1st of September, on coastal risks and adaptation. And the Coquelicot project aimed at delivering a prototype climate service, a coastal climate service focusing on coastal risks and adaptation options. And for that, we advanced sea level rise projections as well as storm projections. And we were able, with that information coming from the ocean, to actually start projecting which part of the European coast will be flooded. Nowadays, 2030, 2050, even up to 2100, under various different scenarios. And we actually were able to make 96 different future scenarios, depending on SSP scenarios and RCP. And we now have a great asset on flood maps, pan-European, at a 25-meter resolution scale. We not only looked at those flood maps, but we made projections on how the population will change in future. So people. We use satellite imagery to detect every building, as you see here, every building, every transport network, every critical infrastructure like hospitals, power stations across the entire coastal zone of Europe. We now map them. They're readily available. We can overlay that with flood scenarios and start then calculating the flood risks. We also evaluated any adaptation options or strategies following a cost-benefit perspective. So a lot of new data sets have been developed for the coastal region. And Deltares was actually responsible for developing a platform that brings all that data together, that harmonizes all that data. And that's our job in the Coquelicot project. And the Coquelicot project was coordinated by BRGM. And the platform that we developed actually consists of 4 elements. We have a viewer, we have a handbook, we have a data lake, and we have a workbench. You see this nice pyramid, or maybe iceberg, in relation to the previous talk, and only the tip of the iceberg is disseminated through the web viewer. So we developed an interactive web viewer to inspect some of the results, but the vast majority of this data lake can be used through a workbench environment. And that workbench environment provides Jupyter notebooks with examples how to actually load the data, modify it to your own likings, and make visualizations to your own needs. You can also do some advanced analysis using those Jupyter notebooks. And the handbook actually explains the background of the data and guides the user in this process. The data integration into Edito focused actually on the web app and the coastal data sets. Because of time, didn't allow to actually merge the handbook into a tutorial, and also the workbench is not yet migrated. But overall, this was actually a perfect match between the Coquelicot architecture and Edito architecture. Well, that's not a given, right, at the end of the project. So I'll take you back 4 years in time. And at Deltares, we got involved in Coquelicot. We thought, okay, let's develop a great platform, a really nice viewer, but let's think about the options after the project, right? Because we don't want to be responsible for the maintenance of such a service or a viewer after the project finished, simply because there are no funds available. So for that, we started to make a comprehensive review of digital architectures which were already out there. It was back in 2021. We looked at the big tech companies, how they treated data, how they actually processed the data, and we adopted a couple of those elements. One of them, and the most notably, is the stack environment. So we kind of collected, we outlaid a certain architecture, and we actually imposed that architecture onto the Coquelicot group. All the consortium partners actually should follow that way of working, or else we could not upload their data into the platform. So we really forced them to follow those lines right from the beginning. In the first year, we developed this. And this turned out to match, again, very well with Edito, because in 2023, we saw where Edito was working on, and we said, hey, this is very remarkably similar. Did we maybe inspire the design of the architecture? Who knows? So the actual integration of the data was really smooth. Because of that stack, the Coquelicot stack, that was easily migrated to the Edito stack. Actually, literally, it cost us 3 days. I was amazed. 3 days, all the data coming from the Google bucket is now in the Edito environment. I was amazed, again. I had a bit more concerns about the app because I'm just a coastal scientist, I'm not an IT specialist, but how do you get a viewer and a front-end app from this environment to the others? Well, that was easy, even more easier than I could imagine. We just wrapped it into a container and we shared that with Mercator Ocean, and then with a couple of emails back and forth, it was there. So since 2 days ago, very happy, thanks to Jérôme, we got it live also in the Edito lab environment. So you can see the link here.
You have 1 minute.
Yeah, this is my last slide. I've become a fan, see great benefits in adopting this Edito framework. It's a sustainable framework solution that is really can uptake the data and the platform components for the coming years. I think also the Coquelicot project, where we have those 4 different elements, could be inspiration for new EU-funded projects. And the entire Coquelicot platform is open source. And having, let's say, this sustainable and operational continuity, it attracts people and other projects to build upon our components. We've seen that in early conversations already. So that stimulates the uptake. So my last message to new EU projects: align your data infrastructure right from the beginning, maybe even in the proposal phase, ensuring that you can seamlessly integrate your data and all the components into Edito, so you will be future-proof without a lot of costs. And then Edito contributes, can also have the benefits from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciated your exclamation of happiness there, where we said, and then with Edito, we went, aha, look at that, it's such a good fit. Just a quick one, and then we move to our last speaker. Was there any, you had 19 partners there working on this, and then was there anything that resonated in terms of data sharing, or, you know, what might you add to this kind of conversation that always comes up around that? I think they'll turn it on for you if you use it, or they'll make sure. Go for it.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I said it bluntly, let's say, that we kind of got all the 19 partners with us. That took quite some time. And also hackathons within the consortium. Okay, how to do this, so we actually provided the guidelines, so we invested our time, but just to be sure that once the data came at us, that it was fully suited.
Okay,
right?
okay.
So that's where we focused on.
No, and it's good to say that, and not that I mean, not that anyone would be surprised to hear, but it takes that work to get all of that front-end stuff in place in order to ensure that what comes after is seamless. It's a lot of different parties in the mix, is it not? Okay, thank you. Let's turn to our senior high-performance computing expert, which I find brilliant. Seriously. Stella, linking to an external HPC infrastructure, you are giving the example of Virtual Ocean Lab. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So, yes, I'm Stella. I'm working for Mercator. And this afternoon, I would like to present a service that we recently embarked on the Edito platform that we hope it will help users link in with an external HPC infrastructure directly from the Edito platform. So this morning someone was talking about the fact that for the next 5 years the project is to have an operational platform. It doesn't mean just that the platform will be operational, it will also mean that we will need to run operation on the platform. And for being able to do so, we will need a link to this external HPC infrastructure that have been built by the European Commission, spending a lot of money, for being able to run at the exascale level. I'm a bit afraid, and I'm sorry, this talk will be a bit technical, but I really hope that by the end of this brief talk, you will agree with me that in reality, that was not so technical. It is done to hide the technicalities from the users. And unfortunately, the user that want to use this service will still need to perform some steps on themselves in order to being able to use the service. And in particular, they will need to ensure to have access to an HPC infrastructure, be it their small cluster in their own institution or a big one like a EuroHPC JU cluster. They will need to ensure that they have an account. But once they have this account, the only thing that they will need to do will be ensure them they will be able to access this platform without having to type the password. Because normally you will need to have a seamless connection from Edito to this HPC access. And this is done in a really simple way. You have what we call a key pair of SSH keys, and they will be generated automatically on the Edito platform. You just have to go to My Account, HPC Configuration, and on the platform there are already these credentials for you. The only thing that you will need to do is to take the public part of this key pair and communicate to your HPC administrator. Why this can't be automatized? Because unfortunately nowadays all these HPC infrastructure are quite an environment on their own. There is no unified way of managing this thing. Like, for example, on the big infrastructure that they have in Barcelona, you will have to SSH, type your password, and copy this public key. On Lumi, they will have a web portal. On another infrastructure, they will come up with their own solution. There are European projects that are already started, which aim to homogenize the way that all these access are managed. But nowadays, you will still have to go through the step. I'm sorry. The second thing, what we provide, what we came up for this service. So basically, we thought, okay, you want to run some computation on some HPC infrastructure. So normally, there are 3 steps that you want to perform. You have some input data. You want to perform some calculation on big infrastructure that will produce some output data. So the thing that we did is to build that 3-step workflow, let's say, that will copy the data that you provide on your S3 bucket on Edito. You provide the function that you want to use for processing the data, and tell the application what is the name of your output. And automatically, you will find your result directly on the Edito platform at the end of your computation. So, as I said, this service has an interface when you can put, okay, look, in my S3 bucket, I have a container call. Well, I took the hello world of the CIF image, the lolcow.cif. And I will have an output file that will be called whatever. So what you will need to do is to tell to this application what is the kind of computation that you want to run. Since you're running a Singularity container, you will have to do Singularity run, whatever the name of your image, and tell where to redirect the output that you would like to have on the Edito platform at the end. Next step will be to say where you want to perform this computation. So, as I said, you will have your HPC account, and you will have to tell to the platform what is the name of your machine. This looks like a lot of technical information. You're thinking, like, Stella, you said you were going to hide the technical details from the user, and this is a lot of information. But in reality, all these fields that you see here are like very easy to retrieve, because normally when you ask for an account on an HPC machine, you will receive an email with all these details in there. The name of the machine, your username, what account you will have to use. This will be provided by you automatically by your HPC provider. So in reality, this is not a lot of stuff. So, as I said, once you fill all this information, you will just have to press a button, and in your S3 bucket, you will see appearing your output that has been calculated somewhere else. And along with your output, we decided to copy also the let's say, files that the workflow manager that we use as a backend produce. Why? Because from a user perspective, I found that while I was building the service, it was difficult to debug. So imagine that you told the application that you want to run an image call, whatever, and you misspell the name, and the application is no longer working. How do you know? You don't, because this is a black box, because processing in this right moment on Edito, they don't have an interface. So you will just see that the service has failed, and you would know why. In this case, in our application, you will see the error message brought to your S3 bucket, so you will just have to double-click, and in a text file, human-readable output will tell you, hey, I didn't find this image. Is this the right name that you have put in there? You say, oh no, you correct the typo, you relaunch your application, and you will see your output appearing. And we think that this is a really simple example, but it's like the foundation for all kind of computation that you would like to run on the HPC. So as I said in the beginning, all the kind of calculation, they have the same 3 steps. Input data, computation, retrieve your output data. And we already are in contact with some user that saw this service on the platform and contact us and say, hey, this is amazing, that's exactly what I want to do. How can I take this sort of template and adapt it to my needs? So we are working along with them to try to provide an even smoother service. Like, for example, what we would like to implement in the next few weeks, let's say, it's like sort of template for each of the big European HPC machines that are available, because in general, some of the details that I was showing before, they can be sort of guessed by saying, okay, that's Mare Nostrum 5 supercomputer, this is usually the normal accounting name, or this is the path to the scratch where you're going to run your computation. So as the cow in this example, we are held together by pressure, and we are still pushing to make this service better, and I hope that we will have a lot of users coming in, contacting us for asking to make it even better. Thank you.
Thank you. You can take a seat. So who would raise their hand and say after that presentation it wasn't as technical as they thought? Okay, good. All right, now what I'm going to do is, we did have a couple of questions from Slido, but this is the heaviest chunk of our event. And there's another couple of speakers before you get a break. So I'm not going to take questions now, because I really sense that the energy, I just don't want it to drop off. But if you've asked a question, as I've said, we will answer them in the summary report, and I trust that you are very happy to receive emails from anyone who goes, my God, what a dazzling data model app linked to HPC. I want to find out more. Thank you so very much for your time and your presentations, and for allowing me to keep it condensed. Warm applause to these lovely speakers. Thank you. Thank you. All right, now we are zooming out. I don't know why I went here. I felt like using this for the... Oh, that's quite nice. Okay, our last 2 speakers are going to share the wider links with the European infrastructure ecosystem. Now, I'm going to ask you a big favor, and I know it's a huge ask because you're only just presenting, but Alain and Pascale, if you can not take a full 10 minutes. It's a 90-minute chunk is a lot to sit with. I just would like to ask that to see what really needs to be said, if possible. Can you put your hand up? Does anyone need to stand up, shake their bum? Has anyone got cramp in their backside, a left thigh, a right thigh? Do you need to stand up? Do you need to shake hands with someone on your left or right? Do you need to do anything? Are you all good? Does anybody need to put, it's a tough one, it's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot to listen to. Or are you just physically not good? You're physically, sorry, I didn't know which bit of my kind of instructions there you were answering to. Does anybody need water and would like somebody to put water from the back of the room in their hand? You're all cool. So we can, after this, we have a break. We do have a break, don't we, before we go into, we have a break. And we go into the breakouts, okay? So this is the heaviest chunk of the whole event, but every bit of the puzzle is important. So let me invite to the stage together, because I think it's a better look, and it's nice to have you. There is synergies. For Destiny, I'm pleased to invite back Alain Arnaud, head of the Digital Ocean Programme at Mercator Ocean International. Please come in. And then for the European Open Science Cloud, sorry? He's online. Oh, is he online? You're absolutely right, he's online. He's online. He's going to appear soon. Pascale Pagano, Senior Researcher and Technical Director of D4 Science at the CNR Institute for Computer Science. Okay, so that's part of the Italian National Research Council. So first, I suggest we hear from you, Alain. Do you want to be here or there? Here is better, right? Thank you very much. Over to you.
Yes, I understand your point here. of the pointer. Despite the fact I have to be fast, I would
No,
like
don't
to...
be fast.
No,
Oh.
but you know, I forgot to thank this morning the technical team because they did a very nice job in doing this live transmission for a very, very remote place here where our captain was flying the twin. So thanks a lot again. So I'm going to be very fast because in fact I'm presenting some things that you may know about, and if you don't really know about, I'm not really the best person to explain you, but I will try.
That's a great start.
Yeah.
Sell
Okay,
yourself,
sorry,
why
no,
don't
no,
you?
no. It's the part, is this thing on Destination Earth. So up, okay, let's go. As you may know, Destiny is a European flagship that is led by 3 interested entities that are EUMETSAT, ECMWF, and ESA. So they are in charge of this kind of ecosystem, I will say, on which on one side you have ECMWF that is in charge of running some digital twins, mainly on climate change and extreme events. We have EUMETSAT that being very, very fast on that is in charge of the data lake, so collecting the data coming out from the twins, linking those twins to, let's say, that are on HPC to this data lake to store the data and distribute that. And you have ESA that is in charge of the platform, the data platform, exploitation platform called DESP. And in fact, so we have those 3 partners that are really the ones that should be speaking here today, but I'm going to be speaking on their behalf. So you see that, you can find a lot of documentation on the net on it, but those specific slide has been provided me by EUMETSAT very kindly, because we will focus a bit on this part that is the one that interests us, is the part that EUMETSAT is doing is in linking, let's say, this data lake, so collection of data with the different HPC center that you have here. So LUMI in Finland, Leonardo in Italy, Mare Nostrum 5 in Spain, and Meluxina in Luxembourg, okay? So you imagine that those things, I'm going to the next slide, are spread in Europe, and the systems they are developing in this data lake, thanks to elements called bridges, so bridges being connecting those different HPC center to a kind of federated, unified infrastructure on which you share the data. So once you have a data that is reaching these bridges, you can access that from any point that are here around the European maps you can see here. This is evolving. We have now also another one that is in EUMETSAT data center itself, and one that is in Cloudflare data center in Poland. Nice point for us is that today the Edito infrastructure is also hosted on Cloudflare in the same data center. So you can see for us the big interest is that if we connect to this data lake and bridges from EUMETSAT and Destination Earth, we can have this famous interoperability interaction between our digital twin of the ocean and Destination Earth. So we are working currently with our colleagues from EUMETSAT on that in order to do that. It's not easy because we are not really under the same despite the very nice message we had this morning, we are not under the same governance, to say that. So it's not an easy project, but we are going very well together. And we have seen that from Jérôme this morning. So we have also the same needs in Mercator, in Edito, on processing on one side on the engine, and of data storage and data lake for data distribution on the left side. So this is a bit that. If you have the engine that is running on the EuroHPC and the data lake that is, let's say, federated with the Destiny data lake, we can find something nice. So this is what we will be doing. So don't ask me to explain all the boxes, because first I can't, and second it will be too long. But it's what we'll be doing. So our plan is really to reach this kind of interoperability, but at a really low level between the two infrastructures, the one of the bridges coming from the data lake of destinationers, and the one that we need for running the different applications. You have seen the different processes on our DTO. And I think this is my last slide, so I was very fast.
So if it's, yeah, sorry. So if it's not you and somebody needs to write a thesis on this in a week's time, you will be able to tell them who to speak with.
Yeah,
the three different organizations that you profiled on your opening slide.
They can start with us, because I hope they will be interested in the DTO first.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much. Do you want to sit in while we listen to Pasquale here? And you have the beautifully unenviable task to entertain people. Can you hear me, Pasquale? They've got very full heads before they break, but this is an important bit of the story, but just if you can be mindful to tell a wonderful story to them before they go and grab a coffee. So tell us, what's this all about, your presentation?
Thank you. First of all, let me say that it's my honor to participate in this forum, and I am really sorry to not be with you. I'm following the forum from remote, and it's a really pleasure for me, to participate. So this my talk is about another strategic European priority that is called the European Open Science Cloud, and why we believe it's important to connect Edito to this European Open Science Cloud. So if you can share my slide, there are a few slides, if you can.
Does that need to be me? Ah, no, it's done. Okay.
Okay, so, and also I need that, you change the slide when I ask you to go to next slide, because I have no control on the slides, directly. So if you, okay, thank you so much. So let me start from the words from Ursula von der Leyen at the World Economic Forum. She said that EOSC is a trusted space for researchers to store their data and access data from other disciplines. And so, according to this, it's a political priority of the European Union, and is part of the political agenda. And the goal is to make fair research products a reality across communities by creating a web of scientific insight, so a federation of relevant data sources. And clearly, this is much in line also with the objective of the Edito and for the ocean part. So if you go to next slide, let me say that, just a few information about EOSC, because I believe are important, to connect and to explain why we are connecting Edito to EOSC. So first of all, it's architecture. The architecture is built around three main concepts. The first one is the EOSC core, and the EOSC core are the foundational components that are necessary for the ecosystem to work, and those are security, and so authentication, authorization, and so on. Quality of service, that include monitoring, accounting, and the other services, and clearly user support. And so the help desk and the capability to serve the users. The second component is called EOSC Exchange, and include all the services offered to the end users. And the third one are, let me say, the glue, that they call, EOSC interoperability framework. So this is the glue that ensures technical and semantic interoperability across services and data. The direction of EOSC is based on a tripartite governance model that includes the European Commission, the member states, and associated countries that are representing the steering board. And then, the infrastructure and the research infrastructure, so the communities that are representing the EOSC Association. So all the components in Europe, from research to politician to the European Commission, are the ones that govern EOSC. If we move rapidly to the next slide, let me say that when we built this idea of a connection editor, we had to build our idea on 3 pillars. So the EOSC Federation, that is this trusted system of systems. The EU mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters, that give us, the policy-driven societal objective, and EDITO, clearly, so the official operational infrastructure for marine science. And clearly, this is quite challenging, put all these strategic pillars together, but was, our idea was to prevent the creation of a new silos and, a disconnection between EDITO and EOSC. And so we build, a specific node of the federation that is called, EOSC node digital twin of the ocean. And this is an operational bridge that provides, dedicated mechanism to federate marine research capacity into EOSC ecosystem. Next slide. So in this short video that you see, you see that, part of the federation are 14 different nodes. The commission operate, through procurement, the central node that is called, the EOSC node, the European Commission. I am the coordinator of the digital twin of the ocean node. And clearly, this node is designed to interact with the other nodes. For example, we have shared, use cases with the life science node that require access to marine data and marine services. If we go to the next slide. So let me say, so what we do in the EOSC Federation, so we bridge, the node act as a bridge in a way that makes EDITO ecosystem fully accessible and integrated within EOSC. And the idea is to operate and let, to access the EDITO services according to the Open Science Cloud principles. 2 concepts are particularly important, here that we call, operational principle. One is called, Smart Federation, that implements a policy-driven, intelligent, scalable connection to the EDITO services and processes. And the other one is radical transparency, so providing full open access to policy, metadata, and processes governing the data and services, assuring trust and traceability in all scientific activities. Next slide. Trying to, to save, some minutes, let me say that, to do this, we have to ensure compliance and interoperability of the node. And this means that, enable cross-domain science. So the powerful core services that are accessible through the node, that include computing, analytics, spatial data facilities, collaborative computing platform, supported by, the core services, so security, quality of service, and support, will make these underlying services interoperable with the EDITO platform. And this will facilitate the use of the DTO data and models in collaborative and co-creative workflows, where researchers, can combine the resources with other key European data sets.
Pasquale, you just have 1 to 2 minutes, and then I need to ask you.
Yeah, I'm closing.
No, no stress. It was just to give you some time signals.
Okay,
Great.
Thank you so much.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, thank you. And let me say that the other strong point is further enhance the EDITO robust infrastructure. So the idea is to connect EDITO to this trusted, secure, and scalable environment represented by EOSC to support scientific collaboration, computation, and collaboration, through virtual laboratories and interoperable workflows that are the open environment where to design, test, and pilot real-life demonstrator. And these are, exploited by the research communities then to release these production level services that will contribute to the Edito modeling offer. So in this node that we are building, we reach 2,800 users that are actively collaborating, and we are eager to support them to exploit the Edito services, processes, and clearly Edito data. So
thank you.
Thank you again. My last slide is just to thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, clearly I am here.
Thank you. And that is what, Pascale, that is what I am saying to everybody. We're not going to take questions now because this has been the most packed part of our program, and I need to release people to air their brains before they go into the onboarding breakouts. But we've said to everybody, questions will be curated. Okay, so they will appear in the summary report. They might come directly to you. The same for your colleagues who would be answered. So all of that and all of the speakers that we've had in this session, please do not hesitate to get in touch. Thank you so much for joining us. So that's what's happening now. We've got those 90-minute breakouts. You stay with me while I'm just ahead of me breaking. So grab something now. The breakout rooms, there should be, is there one in here and the rest are upstairs? So there is one in here, the rest are upstairs. Yep. So if you need any help, grab somebody. There are people around and signage so that you can find your way there. You're going to make your way directly here afterwards for a very short, sharp final session on some top-line feedback of those. But this is the point, just to say, where our online audience, we bid you farewell. Sorry, let me get up. That's very rude. Thank you very much for being with us. And we will see you sharp at 9:30 tomorrow for the half day that completes this 4th edition of the Digital Ocean Forum. But all of you here, thank you. Warm applause to Alain. Applause to Pascale. Take your time now. Take your time to get to your rooms. Take your half hour. We will complete the last bit of the day in 20 minutes. I will adjust. Thank you very much. Can I just have the 3 breakout chairs come and join me here? Are the 3 breakout chairs in the room by any chance?
Here are going to be the beautiful people on stage representing the meeting.
We start with the agenda and what we will do this afternoon. Well, the idea is to start with a couple of user testimony that will hopefully help you to understand a bit more in detail what the onboarding data is and to feed the discussion. Then we will go through a open discussion with the support of a pool to deep a bit more the question about onboarding data. And we will wrap up. We will wrap up at 5:15 because then we have to reconvene all the three sections, prepare few slides, and go for the conclusion.
So, yeah. And so this session also is as much about us gathering information for feedback into what we need to do in Edito as it is about exchanging information with you. So sometimes the questions may seem a bit odd. That's because we're trying to find out things. So we have here two user case testimonies. The first one was from Klaus Deneau. And then the second one's gone from John Brueggemann. Now, in both these situations, while they're talking about the onboarding of data onto the DTO, they both are doing there's two different scenarios they're trying to solve here. There's two different problems they're trying to solve. Klaus is involved in DTO Bioflow, and he's dealing with a particular problem or a particular task that they're trying to do, whereas John is looking at, or Jorn is looking at how to solve a big data problem which they have in climate change modeling in looking at ocean carbon. But in both scenarios, the DTO provides them with a solution to get done what they need to do. So is Klaus here? Yes?
Explain me just the green.
Okay. Okay, so first of all, before diving in, I want to thank the colleagues that contributed to the presentation that follows, Carlotta and Willem, and actually the entire DTO Bioflow Consortium that is contributing to this project. So a bit of context, DTO Bioflow is a project under the Horizon Europe flag, Mission Ocean program, and it was set up to integrate marine biodiversity data. There's a lot of data that is currently not available to the DTO in terms of biodiversity data. And actually this project was set up to mobilize marine biodiversity data and also set up sustainable data flows that can be used in the future. We are mobilizing biodiversity data in various ways. We have set up a number of data calls, FSTP calls, where we invited marine biodiversity data holders to apply for data grants. And this was a huge success. It was a big diversity of stakeholders that reacted to these calls, citizen scientists, maritime industry, and so on. Most of them research institute, of course. From the many applications we received, we selected a few applications. And with those grant winners, we started onboarding data. So we trained them on how to standardize data, how to contribute it to EMODnet, and through EMODnet to the DTO. A second way of mobilizing biodiversity data is working with the observation networks. So we have focused within the project on a number of rather new kinds of data, genomic data, imaging data, acoustics data, tracking data also, already shown by our colleagues.
And these types of data, they pose particular challenges in integrating them in data schemes that are actually set up, that were set up for more traditional biodiversity observation data. So we work on the standardization of these data types. And we have developed and published a blueprint where we explain how we see the data flow from the data collectors to the DTO, actually. It has many details for each of the data types in particular, but in general, actually the data goes from the data collector, the European projects, the DTO Bioflow partners, to EMODnet, but very often through data type specific repositories. So that's the general scheme that we follow for this. Who is doing then the work? It's mainly the scientists that are involved in making the data available to EMODnet and to these repositories. And then the data engineers come in. So data engineers take the data from EMODnet, from the repositories, and transform them into analysis-ready data files. We have now halfway the project. We have a considerable amount of data already in the DTO data lake available. You can find it through searching the stack catalog, and you can also visualize the data using the DTO viewer. And we have also set up some tutorials and videos, I must say, to help users to find the data in the data lake. This is an overview of what kind of data that has been collected. It's a wide variety of data. We are up to over 5 million observation records at the moment, coming from 58 data sets. 29 of those were provided through the data calls, and another 29 are basically from the observation networks. There's a very big spread geographically. It's not restricted to European seas, and also taxonomically there's a big variety in the data. It goes from microbes, algae, to fish, to sea mammals, seabirds, and so on. Also, the originators of the data, there's a wide variety there. Citizen scientists providing data, maritime industry providing data, research institute, but also monitoring programs. We are using the data to develop a number of demonstrator use cases within the project. We're working on 8 policy supporting use cases, and an example of this is the one dealing with spatial planning of sustainable mariculture. There's a number of models in this application that we have already onboarded as tutorials and services in the data lab, and it is it's being continuously worked on to make it into a full demonstrator of the end-to-end from observation to application in the DTO. I was asked to give you some insight into the motivation we have and the benefits of onboarding on the DTO platform. So we, honestly, we had the mandate or the assignment to provide data to the DTO, so that was part of our motivation. But on top of that, we see that DTO has large ambitions to support decision making, to support policy processes, And in that sense, it's essential to have a sustained quantity of biodiversity available there to support the processes of marine ecosystem management. We also experienced some benefits while doing the onboarding. I think main benefit we saw was that we can do application development close to the data. As Connor mentioned before, bringing the code to the data, it's a real asset of the digital twin of the ocean. It also helps to co-design
Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you could kindly take a seat. Welcome. I don't know why I'm saying welcome to the online audience, because they're not there. They're back tomorrow. Thank you for staying the course, good people. Put your hands up if you... Shh, thank you so much. Did you learn something? Put your hand up if you got something good out of your breakout session. These are the happy people, and they're only there. And everybody else, I don't know. Oh, you did, sir. You good? It's all good. All right. Is there anybody in the house who's American? I was only going to say Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, Louis, for the prompt. Okay. I promised these good people, because it's been a long day, that we would close at 6, so no pressure. I think you're going to give some really nice, short, sharp summaries. We're going to go through the results of the Slidos that were run in the sessions, and these good people are just going to give a couple of points on the outcomes, and with your collective energy in mind. So we have Conor Delaney, we have Yann Drier, we have Marie Drevillon, and we are going to recap and summarize with energy. So I shall sit here. You are going to see it on the screen. I think we can do it with mics in our seats, do you think? Seems best, because I'm jumping between you all, so you all have a mic. Who in this room was in the data session? Hands up so we can see you. Did Conor do a good job? All right, who in this room is in the model session? Who is in love with Yann after that session? And Marie Drevillon, who is in the app session? Who thinks Marie deserves 3 glasses of wine directly after the end of this event? Okay. There you go. All right. I feel like you're on a dating show. That's what it was like. Okay. So let's start with data for the dating show. Let's have a look at that. Now, I'm giving you permission, a couple of comments, and I think we're going to try and make your slides available in any case to the audience after this event. So, Conor, starting with you, sorry. What data, if we can load it, would you expect to find in the European Digital Twin Ocean? The shortest but cleverest of summaries. Here you go.
We were not that surprised by the long list of data that came, but what was interesting that everybody was focused on quality control data, the idea of being able to do work immediately. Yarn, for example, realized that the bathymetry was in a file format that he can now use very quickly. And then the idea that people were concerned about they're not used to using integrated data in their work flow before. And what was a hard question was, will verified citizen science data be available? Which is a difficult question to ask.
I see that across this event. Okay, thank you for that. Brilliant. Yann, shall we have a look there? What type of models do you expect to find on Edito?
Yeah, so as you can see on this workload, it's quite difficult to highlight something specific in terms of model components. So at the end, we thought that everything is needed and everything is expected in terms of model component on Edito. So we haven't succeeded to provide a family of models. So there is every kind of model. So I can't read clearly here, but there is oil spill model, AI emulator, noise pollution, everything. But we discuss about high resolution models and model output, high resolution model outputs especially. So that was one discussion, especially during the session, just to explain how we can increase the resolution of Copernicus product, for example, and that would be something really relevant for the digital twin ocean.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So I come to you, Marie. What one word defines a successful application on Edito for you? And just pick one thing, or, well, actually, there's only two. Yeah. Well, there's only 2, so there we go. Sorry. That was stupid of me to say. Yes, go for it.
Yeah, thank you. So one thing that really jumps out of this slide is operational. So they mean by that operational applications, meaning that they are sustained services with a skilled team behind. And also we discussed that an application is necessarily useful to be operational, user-oriented and reliable.
Thank you. You're a star. Okay, who wins that round? It's a tie. Oh, sorry, just to say, Nicholas, so diplomatic. Zoe was ready to just point. Whoa, well, this says a lot about you too. I'll just say that. All right, let's have a look back to you, Connor, and then we're staying with you for the next 2. Don't speak too fast. What type of data do you primarily work with? There we go.
So we weren't really surprised by this result. It said in situ, given the audience. And what we did is we came back to this question later on and had opened up a discussion on it to see what people were thinking of in terms of challenges. A gentleman from Slovakia brought up the challenge of smart fishing gear. How would you integrate data flow from smart fishing gear into something like a Ditto, given the benefits that it had? And then somebody else brought up the challenges of data versioning. If you're taking data, say from EMODNet or Copernicus Marine, and then you're changing it into a different version of itself, do you have copies of that? Do you use a blockchain to do that? Whereas it was suggested by Patricia out here, who works on social economic data, that another way of looking at that is looking at saved workflows, programming workflows that convert the data into the version you need as you need it. And that way you're saving on storage and costs, and also providing a transparency to people with the data.
For whom is that everyday's bread and butter? Who just heard that and went, yeah, of course? Hands up in the room if you are. No, don't be shy, I'm impressed. Just you? Well, and you. And a few others. Okay, thank you. Now, I don't know if we can keep the audience with us for all of these questions, but let's see how far we get. There's another one with data for you. How familiar are you with the data onboarding process?
So we're expecting people to say not familiar. We expected that to be really high, and actually turned out to be that people had reasonable amounts of familiarity. And we went back and discussed it again, and asked people what they were struggling with. And the thing that came out is that some people were struggling with it. You have to, because Ditto is a cloud computing platform. You have to. It's not the same as using a PC or a laptop. So they need to be helped and assisted in order to get familiar with how to use things on the cloud. So that's something that we need to look at going forward.
But this is all really useful input, right? It's really targeted, useful, user-driven input. Okay, so going to models, going to Jan, we've got 2 for you. How familiar, that was the question asked, what kind of model do you work with? Okay.
So yes, for this question, the first model identified is ecosystem and fishery models. So we talk about this specific topic during the session. Just to say that today there is not a lot of ecosystem and fish models available on Edito platform, but it was something expected because people are working with this kind of model. But as you can see, all kind of model are used. So it's written very small.
It's here behind you, ecosystem fisheries.
Yeah. So all kind of model are used by the audience at the end, including circulation, ways, couple system, and so on. But we are talking also about other specific model, like for example, corrosion prediction models that will be used in a project by one guy in the room. So that's something interesting because it's really new in terms of model component that we can integrate at the end in this framework.
It's like, I don't know, it's amazing for me to hear. It's so far outside my realm of expertise. Okay, so I think you have another question. I'm not sure. Yeah, have you already deployed or tested a model? So you've got not yet, but planning to.
Yeah. So that's the majority of the people in the room. So that's promising because we have a lot of people that plan to use the platform for modeling activities. So that's great at the end.
Okay. So you're not unhappy with that answer?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Marie, what type of application do you or your organization develop? I think that should come next. Yeah. And we had visualization and dashboard. Okay.
Yeah, visualization tools came first because I think we are talking about applications, so there is an interface to visualize results. So you enter your parameters and you see the results. And so most people in the room were talking about private companies' applications, and so there was a very interesting discussion on how the platform could help private companies to work together, to collaborate. And also there was also an interesting focus on educational, how these applications can be set up to help educational purposes and increase knowledge.
And the other one for you here is, have you already deployed or tested a service on the platform? Not yet, but planning to is how many percent?
So
57?
yeah, the majority is not yet, but planning to. But we had a lot of people actually who actually did onboard applications already and gave a very positive feedback to the technical team. So that was really nice. And they were really able to deploy easily thanks to a good interaction with the technical team, but they are asking for more, of course, and so there are still ways, there is still room for improvement, and the technical team is developing a ticketing system and also facilities for better interaction with the developers.
Okay, thank you. We're halfway through. Do we have energy to listen to all of the feedback? I think they're doing a very good job in being very top-line telegraphic. So can we honor the fact that they've been here and done so much work? So where am I coming now? I'm coming to Connor again. Sorry, what I should have said, we were looking at audience assessment. Now we're moving to challenges. That's where we're going. Which challenge is most significant when onboarding data? So 64% metadata standardization. Okay.
Yeah, so no real surprises here from us, and then we discussed it a bit, and what is very useful for us to understand is where we need to focus in terms of our documentation to help people make that step when they're onboarding the data. So clearly they were concerned about metadata standardization was at the top, and then it goes into file formats and protocols. So this is very helpful for us to make sure that our documentation and tutorials fit those needs.
Perfect. And staying with you, I think we've got a ranking of priorities for improving the data onboarding. I think that one is still in. Let's have a look, if we can, at the next one. There you go. Rank the following priorities for improving data. Any surprises there?
I was surprised because at one stage metadata validation was at the top. And we assumed that automatic ingestion tools would have been at the top. So clearly people are very concerned. They're very passionate about data. They're very passionate about how data is the quality control of data. So metadata validation is extremely important to the users of Edito. So it was good feedback for us.
Thank you. So Jan, looking still with challenges, the question was asked, there you go. What is challenging for you when you develop your model? And what is it, HPC?
So not a surprise also for the modeling component for the main challenges. It is related to high-performance computing resources. That's a big challenge for all the modeling activities. And so we have this discussion also just before our breakout session with the presentation of Stella about what is feasible today, how we can improve things to access HPC resources from Edito. And in this large diversity of computing center. So there is plenty of issue on this topic, but we have to work a lot to simplify the life of the modelers and the people that want to develop model component on this kind of platform. So that's key. And just a second point that was discussed also is about alert and how do you call that? Observability system on Edito platform, just to know more precisely what is available in direct time, in lifetime on the platform. So that will be also another important
focus of attention.
For this.
Voila. Okay, thank you. I think we're skipping to you now, Marie, because I think we dropped one of yours, Jan, and we've just got 4 more. We've got, or 4 or 5. Here we go. Yes. What do you think is the greatest challenge? So we're coming to you here for applications when deploying apps on Edito. Authentication, authorization. Yeah. Okay.
So we got, we had some feedback on the need for authentication, well, on the potential need for authentication for end users. So mostly for private applications, private companies' applications for commercial use, for instance. That has been discussed together with the fact that in the meantime, we also need to have a single sign-on and easy authentication to access the service or access several services with the same credentials. And another thing came out was the documentation can be also hard to navigate when you deploy an application because you need to travel from one part of the documentation to another part. And so that was a nice feedback, and they are working at it.
Lots of things to work on, but good. I mean, you're getting really targeted feedback. Okay. Did we have the next one? Yeah, rank your priorities for improving the Edito app environment. What does it say? Simplified deployment workflow. Was that a surprise?
No, not at all. So no. I think we got very positive feedback on that, but there are still ways, as I said, there is room for improvement, and there was a discussion on workflows and packaging tools that have been developed by projects and that could be used, and so contact is made between the teams. And also, there was a feedback on the fact that it would be good to be able to measure how the applications are used or what is their impact, because people need to know that to get back to their funders.
Indeed. Absolutely. Thank you. So we have a last question for each of you. So it's our last round, and we're looking at Outlook, of course. That makes sense. The question was asked, Connor, what is your main motivation for using Edito to host your data?
So there was the poll came out, access to integrated data. We also discussed this a bit, and Jorn, who made a presentation on OceanICU, made a good point that there is an opportunity for the community to decide on particularly on tailored data sets, ones that are like, for example, climate change data, which is very large and hard to deal with, but maybe the community could decide that we want the data in a certain format, and then as a group effort, that could be made available to the whole Edito community on the Edito platform. And that was an interesting concept going forward, because that would save a lot of people effort, and it would make a positive contribution to people's work.
Thank you. So for Jan, again, main motivation for using Edito to run or host your model? Access to integrated data. Okay.
Perhaps one surprise here is that computing resources is not the first motivation, but probably because people understand that it's not yet available, it's difficult to have access to computing resources and so on. So at the end, it's not the first priority for modeling activity to have this access to computing resources, but we talk a lot about reproducibility. And Quentin, who was our expert during this session, explained really clearly that how we develop Edito platform was really to have this facility, to have reproducibility of your model component and so on. So that's a very good point, and it's very important. And we talk also about open science and what is open on Edito platform and what could be also only for your development, not share with everyone and so on. So there is also a lot of capacity to already keep your results only for you, if it's not, because it could be for research activity, but also because it could be for operational application, and it could be important to keep this information only for you. So there is already some functionality, but we can also explain better how we can access this different functionality on the platform. So that was the two main topic. But at the end, in this, we have the three priority with the same level about access to data, visibility, and reproducibility of your result.
You've had all the worst words. You've had observability, reproducibility. I'm surprised you haven't had interoperability.
It's not easy to say.
No, but your ability to say those things has been good. All right, so to you, Marie, what's your main motivation for using Edito to host your application? That is our last question. So, were you surprised? Access to integrated data?
Yes, the access to integrated data was really the first motivation. And also it was mentioned that the community will go where there is a momentum and where there is operationality and where there... And so all the other aspects are important at the same level. The computing resources are really a good point for the platform. And I think it's also, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember what we meant by community support in this context. But I think there's a community building there for application developers, and they are happy with the support from the platform developers, but also from the other members of the community.
Okay, thank you so much. You've had I think you've had the toughest job of the day, because I think the wine was sort of vaguely envisioned before you got herded back into the room and got told categorically not to put your hands on it. So thank you very much for that. You can stay with me till the end if you like. I'm very happy to have you on stage. Warm thanks, number one, for running those workshops, and number two, with feeding back. And God knows you managed to do that super swiftly. Thank you very much for synthesizing all of that so fast. Warm thanks to these three brilliant speakers. All right. So I use the podium because I never use the podium, and it's quite fun to use the podium. So all I will say is thank you to all of you, to all the fellow speakers across the day. You've done a tremendous job, really. I do think we all deserve a drink. I will just say, in case you're not back tomorrow, warm thanks, of course, to the technicians, photographer, the organising team of partners, and all of our friends from the Commission across the 6 DGs who are very heavily invested in the European Digital Twin Ocean. Can I also just say to you, Tonu, he started, if anybody's been over there to chat to him, his work will now become visible during this reception. But it is fabulous. It's really colourful, and I really want a lot of it for my walls at home, genuinely. So have a look at that. You have been masterful. Grab a drink, mingle with your peers. I didn't thank the audience. Thank you so much to you. You know, there's a lot. It's a long day. But before you go, drink, and set your alarm to be back here for a 9:30 sharp start. Very important, please. It doesn't matter if you have a terrible hangover, you will be here for 9:30 start, okay? There's coffee and pastries, all right? Before you leave, we want to do a photo. Very important to do a photo. So that requires you good people to be that side, everybody to stand up and shuffle together, me to give this to you, and the photographer to come here, because these are really nice. So grab one of those. Connor. Somebody should grab that one. Oh, 2. But then you need to be next to this gentleman.